we can take our... are we really going to take our seats? I don't think so. Okay, so we are going to start with a very small exercise. We are here to get to know each other before we sit and learn and share ideas and all these things. So, allow me or indulge me. We are going to play a song, DJ. We're going to do this for like 5 minutes. We play a song, and while the song is playing, you walk, dance, whatever it is you feel comfortable doing, and when it stops, you look at the person you're next to, talk to them, just introduce yourself, say something simple, and then when the music hits again, you walk until you find somebody else. Are we together? Have we understood? Okay, DJ.
I'm actually wondering whether they're ready for that. DJ, before you go, remember that we are doing this in a youthful way, okay? We are doing this in a youthful way, okay? So ensure first of all that you're putting on a smile. Before anything else, you're putting on a smile, okay? And when we move around, ensure that you don't stay where you are right now, because we will be checking, okay? We will be checking, and you have to know around 4 to 5 people, and we will come and ask you whom you've known and what you know about them, okay? All right, DJ.
A few seconds to know your neighbor's name, and then we will continue to the next person.
Sheena, what's your name?
No, let's brother. Oh, the video for let's.
Okay. I can see we are doing well. Yes, I can see we are doing well. Higher. Walk to another person now. Awesome. So you've been able to know.
Have you guys met at least 2-3 people? Okay, now let's dance back to our positions and settle down.
Now we go back to where we are.
Have you guys known each other? Can I pick randomly and you tell me the name of somebody next to you?
Let me help you with that. Very fast. So ensure that you are looking at me, so that if I see you, you're not looking at me, you're trying not to maintain eye contact with me, I will definitely pick you. So ensure that you're looking at me. I can see you guys are trying to remind yourselves. Awesome. My brother, how are you?
I'm good.
You're well?
Yes, I am.
Your name?
I'm Biko Mangula.
Okay, so how many people have you known?
I've spoken to 3 people.
Their names?
Bridget, Tracy, and John.
Bridget, Tracy, and John. Wonderful. Let's appreciate him. I am looking for another person who's trying not to maintain eye contact with me. Hi.
Hi. What's your name? Natasha.
How many people have you known?
3.
3 people. Their name?
Michelle, Joshua, and Irene.
Let's appreciate her. I can see you guys did the assignment very well.
Thank you, guys. There's really going to be a lot of networking during the day as we continue. But for now, we would like to welcome Brother Dr. Jonas to come and give us our opening remarks. Please put your hands together and welcome Brother Jonas.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I don't want to be on the podium. And then I follow instruction. I'm told we are going to do this in a youthful way. So I want to be really informal and open this youth festival with a story. The story of this gathering. In my 20-year plus years in working with youth, I've seen again and again what I call dormant potential in our youth. And there is something I call trigger. Okay. When we find that trigger to bring out to that dormant potential, everything changes. I think we are in this room today because of our strong belief in the youth. Because also of the work that Tangaza is doing as becoming the center of innovation for the youth. One of the things we keep talking about in Tangaza is that our education should unlock the potential of the young people to become social innovators. Yesterday I sat and I listened to somebody, one of the delegates from Uganda, saying in Uganda, like every year they have 400,000 young people that are loaded into the market, graduate every year. And out of that, around 10% gets job and all that. The question is, what happened to the rest? Yet, there is opportunity for everybody to do something. There are so many problems. I think those who have been here the last 2 days, you have heard amazing things that are happening, and also the challenges, the problems that are there. So, for me, if we have young people stuck or unable to find opportunity for themselves, we might be doing something wrong. There is a student in my class. My class is always very disciplined. Okay, students don't use phone in my class. Do you agree? So when you come to the class, you give me, I say I give you 2 hours, you give me 2 hours, a deal. So one day a student told me, brother, you don't understand our generation. It's a different generation. For us, if we are not on the phone, we panic. Then I say you have to learn the discipline of also focusing and get at that moment in a class what you need. So, the reason why we decided also to have this opportunity for young people is that you have your own way. We might not understand you fully, but we believe in you. We believe in you. And I started by saying that I've seen something dormant potential in young people, the creativity, their ingenuity, but we need to find that trigger to unlock that dormant potential. My second story is about the youth gallery that we are all talking about. Okay, we have something here in Tangaza that we call Pitch Friday. Pitch Friday is not my invention. Is Gloria in the room? That is an idea of Gloria. Gloria is assisting in the social innovation sandbox, okay? And she came to my office and told me, you know, brother, we can do a pitch Friday because our students don't have space to talk about their ideas. So I said, go ahead. One of the things I do is that I don't say no. Try it. If it fails, we evaluate, okay? So she started organizing the pitch Friday. And the first one that she invited me to sit and listen, I listened to our students, the few who had the courage to come and pitch their ideas. And then I listened to them, and then I see what they are doing. So one of them, he was a bit shy, even to present, but when I listen, I say, you are a great creator. You are very creative. You are doing this. I'm amazed that you are doing this. And then that is how the art gallery, I say, look, during AACOSE, come and display the art gallery. That the work you are doing, to use the art to tell your story about the environment and all that. That is how this art gallery came about. Okay? What am I saying? The great learning from me here is that all of you young people here, you have potential. You should be daring. You should have the courage to talk about what is inside you. Don't be afraid. Life is made of mistake. Even we make mistake every day. So what you need is that courage. I have this idea. I want to do this. I want to try this. And then you don't have any excuse not to do anything. If you are going to forget everything that I said, remember one thing. You have no excuse not to do anything. You have everything, even if it means to start small. And I wish there are many students of Tangaza University here in this room. You have ideas. What we are trying to do is to give you the platform to tell your story, and then you can get the support that you need to make that possible. I want to finish by saying that I have a firm conviction that if you young people don't take up the challenge of transforming this continent, 30 years down the line, you'll be here like me, talking to other young people, asking them to take up the challenge. So we don't want that to happen. We want 30 years down the line, when some of us will be 90, 80, 70, we listen to you to say, look at how we have transformed this continent. Look at what you have done in the last 20 years. Look at the change that you have brought about. I think that is the reason why we are here. We are here today to inspire each other. We want young people to inspire each other. We are here today to take action. We are here today to celebrate what the young people are doing. And it's my hope that by the time we finish this youth festival, which is also a celebration, we will all get out inspired. And then inspire to do things differently. With those few remarks, I want to thank you. I want to thank all the people who have accepted to be here today. First, I want to acknowledge Shazib, all the way from Bangladesh, representing Professor Mohamed Yunus, who is another person who believes strongly in the power of young people. You will listen to him shortly. Dr. Idel, the Dean of School of Art and Social Science, where our institute is hosted. She's my boss. So I think she doesn't have any excuse not to be here today. So, and our guest speakers, I really want to thank you for being here. And for the young people who are here, we hope more young people will trickle in the course of the day. I thank you for being here. This is your day. Make it a success. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Brother Jonas better than that.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much for those words of encouragement. Brother has said something that has sat with me. He has said, you have no excuse to what? Come on, guys, you were not hearing? He said, you have no excuse not to do anything, because we are in these spaces, we have these opportunities. There's more opportunities for us young people today than there were years back. So you do not have any excuse. Let us take up the spaces. Let us work hard to transform ourselves and also transform the world. Thank you very much, brother, once again.
All right. So before we go to the next part, if maybe we can interact with these guys. One person, I need a volunteer, and there's a gift for this. One person, what have you gotten from Brother Jonas? Just as simple as it is. Any volunteer? Remember there's a gift? Remember there's a gift? Yes, we have one there. Maybe she can get a mic. Let's appreciate her.
Good morning. So I'm Brian Goha from UNIB TV, and what I've gotten from brother is to dare as youth. And this is like an example, like I'm proud of myself. I'm daring to say what he has taught me. So thanks, yeah.
To dare as the youth. Amazing. We can have the lady back there, the ladies back there.
What I've gotten from Brother John is always have courage and stop having excuses.
We stop having excuses. Amazing.
Hello, my name is Whitney. What I've learned from Brother Jonas is that let's celebrate each other and inspire each other.
Celebrating and inspiring each other. Amazing. One last one. Him, the last one.
Thank you. I'm Fernando. What I get is mistakes are part of life. We have to make it and learn from our mistakes. Thank you.
Learning from our mistakes. Okay. Your gift is coming up. Let's appreciate all the people that have taken part in that. That is also having courage. Exactly what we've been told, okay? It's okay to have courage. It's okay to make mistakes. We learn from the mistakes and then we grow, okay? Right now, we want to have a video. We are going to have a clip, and from Professor Mohammed Yunus. He is the founder of Grameen Bank, and he's the father of social entrepreneurship and the pioneer of the 3-0 Club. He's the one of the reasons as to why we are gathered here today, all the way from Bangladesh. Let's hear what he has to say.
In African region, I'm thrilled to join your celebration today at the 3-0 Club Youth Festival at Tangaza University College in Nairobi. Last year, I was in person at the Tangaza campus. It's a pity that this year it was not possible for me to join you in person. As you take part in this festival of ideas, I want to remind you that you are at the heart of something truly transformative, not just for Kenya, but for the entire world. This event is a fantastic platform for all of you. You are surrounded by your 3-0 Club members, your peers, and your community who share the same commitments to creating a world of 3 zeros. Take this wonderful opportunity to learn from each other, inspire one another, and build networks that you will cherish. Remember, each conversation you have, each partnership you form, and each idea you share today can spark the change we wish to see in the whole world. Let's embrace this day with the spirit of innovation and cooperation. You can start taking action by becoming 3-0 person. For this, you don't have to take a big steps. You can start by saying no to waste, no to usage of plastic, and you can plant a tree organize campus cleanups, and say no to red meat consumption. If you're working for a corporation or government, see how you can engage in social business from your locality in your own supply chain. If you become a 3-0 person, you can create a 3-0 family and ultimately a 3-0 world. I want to thank you, my colleagues, at this Yunus Social Business Center at Tangaza University and 3-0 Global Center for organizing this timely event. Your hard work and commitment have made this gathering possible, providing a platform for our youth to learn, share, and grow together. Enjoy the fest. Make the most of every moment, and let's drive the global movement toward a world of 3 zeros.
Yes, Professor Mohammed was here with us last year, but this year he wasn't able to make it. But I'm sure he sent representatives, okay? So welcome all to this wonderful event. At this point, we want just to do a quick thing, okay? Today we think we are doing it in a beautiful way, okay? So expect to be engaged, expect to dance a little bit, expect to do youthful things, okay? We have to do them, okay? So right now, we want just us to be on our feet. Let's be on our feet.
Can we request your help? I don't know how many of us were here yesterday, but we are going to do what Eugene termed as the AACOSE dance. And Candy was very kind enough to teach us this dance, and she's going to show some of us that were not here yesterday, so we can learn and we do that dance. It's good to live a little, not every time seriousness and speaking a little English, enjoying all these things. So can we all please stand up?
I can see that even some people are very serious. Please try to smile. Try to smile. Don't be too serious, okay? We are in a festival.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kendi. I was the host for this conference the day before yesterday and yesterday. And we have AACOSE's anthem. That is what we named it. So I'm going to teach you. It's very simple. So just follow the steps. And then when the beat comes, just go with it. Okay, let's go. So you start by doing this. And then this. And then this. And clap. We do it again. This. And this. This. And clap. DJ.
Was doing it perfectly. Did you see Shazam?
Yes, I did.
He was perfect. He was perfect. So thank you very much. I'm sure that you guys now have the vibe. Okay, we have the vibe for the day, and now we are going to go on.
Whew. I don't know about you, but my energy is already depleted. Anyway, thank you guys for participating in that. It's amazing to see you have fun. It's amazing to see you let loose and also, enjoy the day. For our first speaker of the day, we will put our hands together to welcome Dr. Wamuyu Mahinda from Catalyst 2030 to also share with us her opening remarks. Dr. Wamuyu? Oh, okay, I guess he's not here yet. Then we will invite Shazib, Managing Director of YY Ventures, as one of our keynote speakers to share something with us today. Welcome. Put your hands together, please, and welcome Shazib.
Guys, we can do better than that. Let's appreciate Mr. Shazim.
All right, good morning, 30 people. Okay, so are we all getting tired with all this chicken dance? To thank you for teaching me how to dance. But it's really difficult to take the floor and to say something once all the conversation, more fun activities. I would like to encourage you to look around you and to be friends with people who are not your colleagues, with whom you do not go to a class. See people who are already creating their own 3-0 club and what kind of actions that they are trying to take. Like Professor Yunus gave a lot of those examples. One of the things that I have also heard growing up in rural and urban Bangladesh is what kind of things we need to do to change the world. Some people said you need to be a politician to change policies, you need to build $1 billion business to do something, or you need to be somebody like Muhammad Yunus to change the world. But I truly think changing the world doesn't have to be that big of a job, right? If you want to transform Kenya or East Africa or the entire African region, I can tell you it's not your job. You don't have to do that hard work. Just try to find one individual or a small problem that is worth solving. Once you find that individual, see how you can be of use or help to that person. And if you have a lot of these ideas, and some ideas like Brother Dr. Jonas was mentioning about Pitch Friday, if you have ideas, simple, easy, crazy, and if you are thinking, what if I fail? My friends are going to say, oh, I'm ashamed. I encourage you again to go for it, to try it, because failure teaches us how to be humble. Success is a very critical thing to handle, right? Once you are successful or people tells you that you are successful, you probably don't know how to handle it. But if you fail, once you try, you learn the most. And in our pursuit of creating a world of 3 zeros, I don't know if you know, Professor Muhammad Yunus wrote a book called A World of 3 Zeros in 2017, where he defined these 3 problems, and he said if we could bring down carbon emission or the climate problems to 0, if we could bring down wealth concentration and ultimately poverty to 0, and if we could bring down unemployment to 0 by turning all people as entrepreneurs, we could certainly change the world. So, and 3 years ago, we launched this initiative called 3-0 Club. We were in a pandemic. I went out with some friends. We were just getting to leave the houses after 6-7 months, and then he said, Shazib, this is my idea. I would want you to work with me in designing something like this, right? And then I tried to understand what kinds of youth movements are there, since at the time I was already engaged with youth development, entrepreneurship support for 8 years. I had very little ideas of how we could truly create a global movement. But one of the things that we have seen, that how young people liked to share, how they were using digital media to connect with other people, right? For my father, it was very difficult to find a friend in Kenya without traveling. For me, it's super easy, right? For the next generation, it will be much easier. So we said, all right, we will invite 5 young people between the age of 12 to 35 to come together and to create their own club. Most of the ways, if you see how these clubs are organized, they have strong protocols, they need a big registration, they need a lot of money, and they need one leader to get started. We said no to all of those things. We said you can create your own club, which can be informal and mini, micro, no matter how you define it. Doesn't matter if you come from a rich family, a poor one, a working class one, a royal family. You just need to find 4 other person of your same age group and come together and say, I want to take small actions for this particular thing. Here is how each clubs are formed. And I already mentioned that so there is like an age category of 12 to 35, but in one club, there cannot be 2 person whose age difference is more than 7 years. Then we already have a generation gap. Imagine a 12-year-old trying to take action with somebody who's 33, right? They will already have different ideas about life. And now what we have seen in the last less than 3 years, we have 3,400 plus 30 clubs. That's a lot of number. We thought in the 5 years we may have 1,000 to 2,000 clubs. There was one fine morning, I asked Professor Yunus, I'm like, Professor Yunus, after reaching how many young people can we say we are ready to get started? And we both said, okay, maybe 2,000 is a good number. And trust me, to reach out 1,000 clubs, it took us over 2 years, right? And then in the next 9 months, we have now already have around 3,500 clubs from 52 countries, and every single of them are taking actions. In Kenya, we have exactly 53 clubs. In all of Africa, we have 293 clubs. We are just getting started. So I encourage all of you to visit 30.club and find 4 persons and define who will be the key person and the deputy key person, and drop a simple registration application so that we can process it. It's super fast. We just want to make sure that you are able to select a particular area of work. And now here's the catch. We came up with 21 different areas of work where we thought young people were taking actions. And of course, this was after a lot of research. But we also added one thing. We said, all right, if you do not like these 21 areas, you can define your own area. All we really encourage you to do is to take very small actions and then share it. And now, how do you fight something like climate change if you are just 5 people? For this, we said we created a global platform. You can come up with 4 other 30 clubs, and you can create your own 30 club circle, let's say for climate change. And now you become from 5 to 25 people. And then we have already had many circles, and people want to do more, right? They want to create their own ship of sailing towards a world of, let's say, 0 net carbon emission. So once you have 5 30 club circles, 5 such circles can also come together and create their own network, right? And we have seen this happen in Malaysia, we have seen this happen in Philippines, we have seen this happen in Bangladesh, And surprisingly, the most number of clubs that we have is in Nepal. We thought we are going to build a digital platform to connect all these people. But trust me, most of those kids, they do not have access to internet. And when I meet them, sometimes it's their faculty member, or teacher, or professor, or somebody from the community who has a smartphone, and he just connects us, connects Professor Yunus so that we can talk to these guys. And before I close, I would like to share two small things with you in the next 2 minutes. So last year at the same time, I also took a trip in Uganda. I was there for only 18 hours, and our host, Daniel, he said, we gotta go to this village. I'm like, sure, we can. And then how long is the drive? He said 6 hours, right? 6 hours to go, and then 6 hours to come. I said, okay, what do we do? He's like, I would like you guys to meet this 30 Club. We went there. It's a school designed by the government in the middle of nowhere, but I loved being in this village because it was so green. And then we met all the kids. There were 15 of them, so they had 30 clubs, and they had a support person. The support person is somebody who's 35+ years old and wants to support. And that support person had a smartphone. No one else had a phone. They don't even have electricity, so mostly they were using solar. And then after spending 30 minutes time in their classroom, they said, okay, we would like you to visit our library now. And they took me to visit a library which was built entirely by these 30 clubs, entirely by using plastic bottles. And I asked these kids, I'm like, why are you trying to do it? What kind of Uganda do you believe in? And it took me by surprise how serious they were regarding solving the waste problem in their village. So if those kids can do it, why can't you and I do it? And I know a lot of you are fan boys, girls like me for Professor Yunus. On 3rd of June, we are also organizing another meeting for new 30 clubs. We call it a welcome meeting, where Professor Yunus spends about 90 minutes with 10 to 15 clubs, trying to listen to them. And my colleagues and I, we facilitate those conversations. I invite you to drop a registration application and to create your 30 club. Thank you so much, and I again welcome you to enjoy the day.
Let's appreciate Mr. Shazim better. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next on, we are going to have Dr. Wairimu Churu, who is the Dean of School of Arts and Social Sciences. Let's put our hands together and appreciate and welcome Dr. Wairimu Churu. Guys, we can do better than that. We can do better than that. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. Good morning. As Brother Jonas said, I am his boss, but you can see in Tangaza the way the commands go. He said, I have no excuse to be missing from today because I am his boss. Commands go the other direction. Tangaza is a wonderful place to work, I must tell you, right? I've been here 20 years, so I really can speak with a bit of authority about Tangaza. And it's a community where we really want to pull together and ask ourselves the hard questions. And we do not subject anybody to the corner of insignificance. Everybody has something to offer. So I'm just delighted to see you all and grateful that you have come, because what you share among yourselves is going to change the world. So do not subject your idea to insignificance. What you share with your neighbor, what you listen to and grow with, is going to change the world. I want to add another comment as I start. What Brother Jonas spoke about and what I am going to speak about is almost the same. So I was beginning to say, this is going to be redundant. And then I remembered that I come from a tradition where we say, you can you need to repeat the things you believe in. Repeat them over and over until you begin to hear them deeply and to believe them and to live them. So let's do that in this same spirit. I want to tell you one other. Last week I was listening to a video on a YouTube video on joy, where the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu and the Dalai Lama were speaking in a lot of jest, speaking a lot of serious stuff in jest. And I just said to myself, you know, as the young people have been telling us this morning, you don't have to put on a very serious face to be able to do really important work. And you know, those are two people who have done incredibly important work for our world. And I was, and one of the things that the facilitators said was that Desmond Tutu and Walter Sisulu lived on this, no, it's not Walter Sisulu, I would remember the name in a moment, but these are two South African Nobel laureates who actually lived on the same street. What are the odds that two Nobel laureates live on the same street, even if not at the same time, okay? So you go to Soweto, it will be worth visiting that street. So what are the odds for us, Kenyans especially, people from this region, that we have experienced and encountered Wangari Maathai, and she has encouraged us so much about the environment and care for the earth and all that conversation which is so critically important, a Nobel laureate. And then last year, Professor Yunus, another Nobel laureate, came here and spoke to us. We saw him, we touched him, and he's still reaching out to us even this year, in flesh, in your person, Shabiz, and even in the video. We are really grateful. And I just want to say, we really don't have excuses for not implementing the ideas in our hearts. So this is the background from which I'm coming. And these ideas have been nurtured in Tangaza and in our Christian tradition, but also especially in our African tradition. I just want to throw that as a preamble. So it gives me great pleasure actually to be standing at a new initiative again. The 3-0 Youth Festival is a new initiative in the context of AACOSE. And in fact, it's joining a string of new, well-established, a stream of doing new things in the Institute for Social Transformation. Because we do not believe in doing things the same way when they are not yet producing all the results that we want. We keep on reinventing ourselves. So if there is something that if somebody was an onlooker on the history of the Institute for Social Transformation, what they would see is courage to keep on trying new things, introducing new things. As I told you, I've been in Tangaza 20 years, and there's someone in the audience, I've just seen them, who's been here longer. I was going to claim that victory, but someone's been here longer. And I just want to say, Dr. Ojore is right back there. Very courageous people, the giants on whose shoulders we stand. Thank you very much, Dr. Ari. And I just want to say that in those 20 years, when I first arrived, I remember hearing in the Institute of Social Transformation talking about educating people who are job creators, not job seekers. That's 20 years ago, 21 to be precise. Job creators, not job seekers. And we kept struggling. It's not that we had attained the goal. Even now, we keep struggling, and we keep on looking at things that would work. And it's wonderful to find collaborators with whom we can do these things. So let me put my presentation in context and say, our newly chartered Tangaza University has a dominant gene. That is the gene of never settling. We don't settle. We don't settle on these are the only programs, these are the traditional programs, this is the way we do things. No, we have certain core values, and out of them we liberate ourselves to do anything that we find that can be useful, that can contribute to transformation. So it is a very entrepreneurial university, and that entrepreneurial spirit that drives the unrelenting desire to solve problems, allow me to say it's a share of the Spirit of God. Because God is unrelentingly engaged with the world, and not in an anonymous way, in personal ways, in community ways, but also in your own life. Those ideas that you have at the depth of your heart, somewhere at the back of your mind that you think you will one day, it is the Spirit of God pushing you along. God is unrelentingly engaged with the world, and I'm old enough now to tell you that it is unrelenting. It does not stop. So get up and do what it is you are supposed to do so that you bear many fruits, wonderful fruits. So allow me to say, therefore, that that is the spirit of never settling for the comfort of the familiar, especially when the horizon proposes possibilities for better responses to the ever-shifting sands of social change. Tangaza University Institute for Social Transformation has been a testimony to the fact that with no shortage of problems on the continent, God has matched it with no shortage of young people with ideas. Our continent is 70% youth. At least around about 70% is the youth. So we need to take our young people very, very seriously, but especially the young people need to take yourselves very, very seriously. And you need to disabuse yourselves of the notion that doing more of the same is going to solve the problems. We've done a lot of the same things, just like Dr. Jonas was saying right here, that we don't want you standing here in 30 years trying to tell other young people to be courageous, because you have repeated some of the same mistakes. So I want to say that Tangaza University, it has been a testimony that, in fact, we have many problems, but we also have a lot of possibilities of answers in your hearts. And our institute, therefore, along with others in the School of Arts and Social Sciences, I am serving as Dean of the School of Arts and Social Sciences, we have witnessed, as many speakers spoke the other day, that transformation comes from daring vision, accompanied by courageous, timely action, consoling successes, and failures from which we learn, as Shabis just repeated, and he told us that yesterday very, very clearly. Along with effective partnerships, we have come this far on this unrelenting journey, and we want to continue to work together. The programs in our school, the School of Arts and Social Sciences, have been conceived and developed and are frequently revised, and we endeavor to revise even our ways of delivering them so that they are unique responses, or at least they enable the young people to offer unique responses to the challenges faced by the people of Africa in our times and our changing times. Our programs in sustainable development, in social transformation, in ethical leadership of organizations. Allow me this detour. I was saying, they say our society is as good as our organizations. The organizations make the society. So we have programs in ethical leadership of organizations, programs in communication and media studies, because how we communicate, what we communicate is purposeful. And we want to work with a sense of that. We are communicating to create a different kind of a certain kind of a society. We have programs in counseling psychology, where we have counseling for youth, counseling for families, and increasingly we recognize that with so much trauma in this part of the world, we have to understand and be able to know how to approach trauma in non-traditional ways. This is not other parts of the world. This is here. We've got wisdom from our people. We've got communities. We can approach our programs together. So all these programs, the program in child and youth studies, all these programs seek to prepare students to become graduates who will create a different kind of a future for themselves and for the people. Our programs, as you have heard, are not the traditional, most of them are not the traditional degree programs you might hear of in public or various other universities in our country. They are aimed at being contemporaneous with the lives of the people. We strive to build mindsets of timely, daring, and creative response, not only to the problems, but also to the ideas. The ideas become our responsibility. So those ideas, you need to bring them out because they become your responsibility and we accompany one another. So we strive to build and sustain the faith of the young people in their own ability and their ability to respond up to the task. We strive to accompany unsimilar paths. You may be sitting in the same classroom with someone, you're not on the same path necessarily. You support one another, and everyone search their path, and we support those unsimilar paths, developing unsimilar capacity, even within the same programs, and skills, to deliver on the hopes and plans. We have programs in social transformation focusing not only on the SDGs, but especially on the drive, the inspiration, the aspiration of the youth who form, as I said before, 70% of our African population. This inaugural event, the 3-0 Youth Festival, serves as a reaffirmation of our school's commitment to fostering innovation and providing platforms for students to showcase their talents and ideas, thereby encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship. Through initiatives such as community projects, internships, even externships, research opportunities, we empower youth to apply their learning in real-world contexts and bring meaningful change to communities. Additionally, we collaborate with various stakeholders, many of whom are sitting here or have been represented in the last 2 days. We have been having this conversation. And you support the youth and help them to measure or to compare what they want to do and draw ideas from others to enrich what they're able to do, to enable them to scale up, to enable them to believe that a different kind of future is possible. We cannot do this without the encouragement and hope of you young people. You are our reason. You are our inspiration. Tangaza University recognizes the crucial role you play in driving development. As again we've said before, unless the youth are on it, it's not going to happen. The 30% of us that are not youth, we are negligible actually. We may be holding a lot of resources, but you need to trigger us to move off the resources so that you can do what you have to do. Because these are shared resources, they belong to the community of the world. And we find ways to reach them. So because of this, as Tangaza, we are committed to fostering teaching and learning approaches that stimulate creativity and innovation in and among young minds. It is true, I have to say, that we have a difficult task of freeing our people's minds from the coloniality embedded in beliefs that everything good comes from the Western world. We are grateful to you, the youth, that you are beginning to increasingly recognize that you are the generation that will make the major shift from poverty. We are depending on you to be the generation, and you believe it, shift from poverty to embrace the courage to do things differently, rooted in your Africanness. Do not reject your Africanness. Standing on the shoulders of the giants, those who preceded you in your families. Do not ignore your families, your family ancestors. They are very important pillars for your success. The great shoulders, giant shoulders in your communities. We talked already about two, Professor Wangari Maathai, Desmond Tutu, and very many others whom you know because they are in the intimacy of your communities, they are in your families. Get to know how they grew resilience, how they endured. Come and share those ideas in our circles of conversations and let us strengthen one another. We provide platforms. You've got what it takes to do this. So someone has said that we cannot solve the problems of our times using the same strategies with which we created them. That is why our education must change, and that's why we are changing our pedagogy. We work on pedagogy all the time here in Tangaza to be able to call you to reflect the different kinds of, to be able to work towards the different kind of outcomes that we are seeking. Namely, to reaffirm the intuitions and dreams of our youth and to equip them with the skills and attitudes necessary to realize these dreams. So we sit always uneasy. We never kind of settle, as I said before. We're always asking ourselves, how can we do this differently so that it is better? You young people are aware that the education system that we might have put you through so far tells you to wait to create a new reality in the future. That's a deceptive education. And you need to disabuse yourself of that. Sometimes students sitting in front of me in class look at me and seek for me to give them answers so that at the end of the semester they are able to answer my examination questions almost in the same way that I said it in class. And I keep on telling them. And it's a really hard task because we've been trained to kind of learn somebody else's story, somebody else's answers, and feed them back. You really need to tell yourself, no, this is not the way to go. We have to validate your thoughts, your searching, your questions, and your even provisional answers. That is not an education, as I said. That one that forces you to swallow other people's answers and to tell you to wait. You reject that kind of education that provides old answers instead of listening and clarifying your questions for the questions that really matter to you. You must put your best foot forward today and integrate your efforts to create a different future within, and put the effort during your university career and subsequently in the years that follow. Do not wait to do this much, much later. It's not going to happen because you become what you do. The more you practice one kind of thing or another, that's what you become. So you practice getting other people's sure answers, which haven't worked. That's what you keep on doing, and it's not going to help us. Here in Tangaza, we believe in mentoring students for innovation. We want students to graduate with a business idea or project already on the go. I hope that Tangaza students, many of you are here, and many others will come from among ourselves and people we know. That when you graduate, you should graduate with a business idea on the go. Already a project getting on its feet, with a sense of who can be your partners, who can be your support, what are you looking for, what kind of networks are you looking for to scale up that idea. And then as you learn, you correct. This is the essence of the programs under the Tangaza University Yunus Center, namely the 3-0 Club, Laudato Si, and the Sandbox Initiative. Here, we encourage you to innovate and participate in social businesses, forming in your hearts the courage and cooperation necessary, encouraging you in your minds and thoughts to model yourselves on great ideas as well as supportive neighborhoods. Tangaza is happy to acknowledge and help amplify the efforts of young individuals who are spearheading solutions to social problems. So I want to recognize, therefore, among us, perhaps right here in this hall, the leadership of Susan Mwangi in the Laudato Si initiative. I don't know that Susan, you're here, Susan? She may be up and about. She actually is also behind the organization of today's program, and I want to really commend that work. I also want to recognize the 3-0 Club with the leadership of Emmanuel Lijodi. Emmanuel, are you here? Emmanuel, thank you very, very much indeed. I also want to recognize Gloria Wakoli. Gloria, you had been pointed to there. Please, let's give her a hand. She is working with the Sandbox Initiative, and these are the branches, if you like, which are accommodated in our 3-0 Club here in Tangaza. These are initiatives focusing on sustainable waste management, promoting circular economy mindset. First, we need a mind, the mind that sees things differently and sees that we want to salvage our planet. So the circular economy mindset, and encouraging sustainable lifestyle practices such as recycling and waste reduction. Characteristic of these clubs or these initiatives is being led by passionate youth. It is their commitment to the circular economy and their enthusiasm for sustainable living that not only benefits young people, but also significantly advances the principles of the 3-0 Club. I hope everyone knows 3-0 stands for zero poverty, zero unemployment. Do we? Zero poverty, zero unemployment, zero carbon emission. Yes, their passion for it is what's driving and asking the questions. And we want you to join up with them. They gift the world with a healthier planet, healthier population and peoples, and sustainable, healthier profits. These initiatives are transformative because A, they are nurtured in ethically sound standpoints. Integral to our Ubuntu spirituality, which is very, very Christian. Our Ubuntu spirituality is very, very Christian. Integral to our Ubuntu spirituality, a spirituality of care for family, care for community, and care for the cosmos. That is Ubuntu spirituality. Care for family, care for community, and care for the cosmos. B, they address the challenges of well-being. Well-being of the individual, of the family, and of the community, restoring much-needed faith against the backdrop of ongoing aggressive colonialism and alienation. I hope nobody sitting here thinks that colonialism is a thing of the past. It is alive and very strong, eating away in the hidden, when we are so unaware of what's happening, when we are not making our choices deliberately. We've got to choose. Nobody's going to give us freedom on a platter. We've got to choose it and pay the price for it by following up on our own thoughts and our own ideas. C, they are curated in an aura of collaboration. The students begin to learn right here in the course of their studies the ingredients necessary for nurturing a sustainable enterprise and a sustainable society. They learn that their contribution is both necessary and effective in fostering a society that thrives, that working collaboratively with others more than beats the zero-sum game of cutthroat competition. In a word, the students who are engaged in these programs become agents of what I call Ubuntu economics, the kind of enterprises that create and restore humanity. We want to thank you, our various partners, for working with our youth, for sharing your ideas. You provide us with courage, and we hope that our continuing partnership does the same for you. And I wish everyone a very fruitful first E30 Youth Festival, the very first of its type as a new initiative, and I hope that you allow yourselves to enjoy yourselves and realize that together we clarify the blueprint of our roadmap more effectively, if not perceptibly, leading a cultural revolution in favor of humanity and wholeness. We change from domination to partnership economics, from poverty and exclusion to shared abundance, from disillusionment with the African continent to effective hope. We are counting on you, and I want to thank you.
Let's appreciate Dr. Wairimu better. Guys, we can do better than that. We can do better than that for her. Thank you. Thank you. Tell your neighbor, I am courageous. If they're not giving you good vibes, tell the other neighbor, I am courageous. My ideas are bright. And I'm going to achieve whatever I want to achieve. Amazing, amazing. So next on, I would like to invite, because time is really not on our side, we'd like to invite Trevor Ruto, who's from Global Shapers. Trevor Ruto, if you're there, welcome. Let's appreciate him as he makes his way to the stage. Just appreciate him, guys, better. Imagine if it was you.
Good morning. I've been told I have 5 minutes, so I'll try and summarize my script. So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and fellow changemakers, it is an immense honor to stand here before you today at the 7th AACOSE conference. I am deeply grateful to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak to you all today. What we are talking about is an extremely important topic, particularly for the young. As the incoming curator of the Global Shapers Nairobi Hub, an initiative from the World Economic Forum that brings together aspiring leaders to serve their community. In addition, I am a product manager at Burn Manufacturing, a clean cooking company that designs, manufactures, and distributes cook stoves across the continent. I have witnessed firsthand the transformative power of collaboration and innovation, and addressing the pressing challenges of that our continent faces. I would like to begin with an inspiring story about one of Kenya's most renowned figures, who I'm glad was brought up earlier, Wangari Maathai. When she first embarked on a mission to combat deforestation in Kenya, she encountered tremendous resistance. Trees were being cut down at an alarming rate, and many people did not see the value in her efforts to reforest the land. One day, as she was walking through a barren landscape that was once a lush forest, she realized that if she tried to do this alone, her efforts would be like a drop in the ocean. But if she could inspire others to join her, each person planting one tree, they could turn the tide. She started by encouraging the women in her community, teaching them the importance of trees for the environment, their health, and their livelihoods. These women in turn taught others. Her Green Belt movement quickly grew from a small grassroots effort to a national force, planting over 51 million trees across Kenya. Through building networks and fostering collaboration, Wangari Maathai transformed her vision into a movement that changed the landscape of the entire nation. Her story is a powerful reminder that, that by working together, we can achieve remarkable things. Africa is a continent brimming with potential. Our rich cultural heritage, diverse ecosystem, and vibrant communities, much like our land, are fertile ground for social innovation. Yet despite our progress, significant challenges persist, from youth unemployment to climate change, from healthcare disparities to food insecurity. The obstacles we face are complex and multifaceted. Social entrepreneurship offers a beacon of hope, providing sustainable solutions that drive both social and economic value. However, the journey of a social entrepreneur is often fraught with obstacles. Limited access to finance, inadequate legal framework, and isolated efforts can stymie even the most promising initiatives. This is where the power of networks becomes indispensable. By building robust networks, we can amplify our impact, share knowledge, pool resources, and create a collective force for change. Allow me to share some insights from the Global Shapers Hub. As a network of young leaders committed to making a change, we have leveraged the collective expertise of passion to drive meaningful change. One of our most impactful initiatives is the Technovation program, where we take girls to primary school, where we take girls in primary school through a curriculum that teaches them to solve problems in their community. Our goal was to equip young people with the necessary skills to thrive in a digital economy. To achieve this, we built a network of partners, including tech companies like Safaricom, educational institutions, and local community organizations. Through these partnerships, we were able to secure resources such as laptops, internet, and educational material. The results were remarkable. Hundreds of young girls have gained valuable digital skills, empowering them to participate in the digital economy since its inception. This just highlights the importance that networks have in driving social change, as well as the importance of collaborating in achieving a goal. Having said that, as we look to the future, the potential for social entrepreneurship in Africa is boundless. By building strong networks, we can harness this potential. and drive transformative change. Let us commit to fostering collaboration, sharing knowledge, and supporting one another in our shared mission. Together we can create a vibrant ecosystem where social entrepreneurs thrive and communities across Africa experience the benefit of sustainable development. I would like to go back to my story about Wangari Maathai. Just as she demonstrated through the Green Belt movement, the power of one person inspiring many can lead to a transformation beyond our imagination. If she had planted trees alone, her impact would have been limited. But by building a network of dedicated individuals, she was able to restore vast areas of our land and create a legacy of environmental stewardship. The journey of social entrepreneurship is not a sprint, but a marathon. By building and nurturing networks, we can go further, achieve more, and create a lasting impact. Together, we can turn our collective efforts into a powerful movement that drives social change across Africa. Let us continue to collaborate, innovate, and inspire one another as we work towards a brighter future for our continent. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Trevor in a better way. Awesome. Have you learned? Have you learned? Are we learning? We are well? If you are well, do like this. If you are well, do like this. I can say that we are good, okay? Yes. So I'd like us to do just a very simple activity. Just a very simple activity before we have the next person in. Look at your neighbor. Get yourself a neighbor. Ensure that your neighbor is a little bit vibrant for this, right? Ensure they're smiling a little bit. Ensure that they're smiling. Are they good vibes? They are good vibes, right? So I want you to look at them. Look at them. Even as we have this song, look at them. But it depends. Whatever happens with this song, however they interpret it, please. Hiya, DJ. Let's have it. When you're singing to them this song, ensure that you're looking at them, okay? And you're telling them the words, okay? Hiya, let's try it. Anything okay there? Nice. Hiya. Look at the other neighbor now. Look at the other neighbor now. Tell them, Minji minji la kweyo, sweet. DJ. Nice. I can see that people are good vibes. My brother over here was a little bit confused. No one was talking to him. Please find yourself good neighbors. For this youth festival, you need to find yourself good neighbors. Tafadhali, our ladies, next to that gentleman, please try and tell him. See, it doesn't look weird, right? Amazing. Let's go to the next part. And right now, I'd like to invite Sylvia Baguma, from the Gold Youth South Africa. Let's appreciate her as she makes her way here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad I get to speak to you after the dancing, so I'm sure that most of you are awake now. But thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Sylvia Baguma. I am a mother, a wife, a sister, a daughter, and I'm a youth for life. So the government might say their own things, but all I know is I'm 32 until the day I die. I've worked in the development sector for over 10 years now, and I honestly wouldn't have it any other way. I love that my work impacts the lives of people, and that my current role at Gold Youth Development Agency enables not because I was a good student at economics. I studied it because I was curious. I was curious to understand why some nations were poor and other nations were classified as rich. And it was an interesting journey, to be honest. But my university head knowledge really is not sufficient to help me reconcile the differences of inequality that we see on the continent. It's not enough for me to reconcile and see the why we can't do better, why our resource-rich continent is not one of, or the countries actually that have the most resources are not up there on the list of those that are prospering and thriving. And really, at the risk of offending some of you, the majority of us sitting here today are very privileged. We can read and write, let alone being able to command ourselves in the English language, not because English is more special than our own languages, but because it's a business language, right? If I go to China and I can't speak Chinese, I can't conduct business. If I go to Francophone Africa, I won't be able to conduct any form of business or be productive in that area as well. Most of us are educated to a certain level, and some even have PhDs. And we also have a level of position and influence. But that's not the story for the majority of Africa's youth, unfortunately. More than half of young people in Africa are born in poverty. They grow up in communities that visibly offer little hope, and most of them lack positive role models and don't believe in their purpose, they don't believe in their potential, or that they have equal value to the rest of us. In 2022, a study was done and it showed that, the majority of young people, the majority of people on the continent, even as the dean said, 70% fall in the youth category, and 40% of Africans are actually younger than the age of 15. Unfortunately, again, over 11% of Africa's youth are expected to be unemployed, with many of them having very little prospect of meaningful work in their lifetime. I didn't say for a short time, but in their lifetime, most of them will not have meaningful work. Furthermore, as the previous speaker from Global Shapers spoke about, entrepreneurs lack access to financial resources, to the essential skills that hinder their ability to turn their innovative ideas into businesses that can thrive and that can scale. And so with these challenges and many, many more that we will not go into today, if they're not solved, really will have three major resulting consequences. One, we already know unemployment exists, but unemployment and unemployability are really just a bullet that will take us out, because unemployability is the fact that even if there was a job, you would not be qualified or fit for that position. We continue to see the unbroken cycles of poverty and the lack of citizen agency. And we'll also continue to see the endemic youth risk behavior that leads to unsustainable health and education burden on our governments. And really, on our continent, being in high school as an adolescent is an exception and not the norm. So all these statistics are quite staggering. And really, they're a problem that goes beyond our education system. They're systemic problems that we need to start thinking about the root causes and not dealing only with the consequences of those. At Gold Youth, we seek to address some of the root causes. We're strategically chasing a dream of an Africa where young leaders from across the continent, where they know the goal that's inside of them, and they live this out with purpose, changing the system of youth education and upbringing, enabling all young people to grow up in their communities to be healthy, spiritually alive adults who contribute towards social and economic flourishing. Through our peer education program, we're enabling leaders, peer leaders and their mentors to be embedded into schools, developing young people from being passive recipients of negative norms to positive agents of change, who empower themselves and their peers to become ethical and economically independent leaders of tomorrow. Through these 4-year relationships, adolescent peer educators are taught to model positive decision-making, to strengthen their schoolwork, numeracy and literacy, and to maximize their impact on their peers. The alumni become part of our Gold Grads community for life. They're connected to opportunities in further education, internships, jobs, and we continue to support them through their journey. We identify entrepreneurial youth and further develop them to start micro businesses. We're also piloting scalable business-in-a-box concepts from food systems to clean energy and digital inclusion. Our hope is that they'll sell to the community, employ the community, and strengthen their communities. We're doing this by leveraging our access to market, gold communities, and the youth talent pipeline, which is created through the process. Last year, we traveled to Chingola in Zambia to meet some of our peer educators, our young people. To say that I was proud really is an understatement. The testimonies of the teachers, the community about these peer educators was really a resounding sound of hope for the next generation. We met high school students who were optimistic about the future. Not only do they carry hope for themselves, but they carry hope for their peers. Seeing the change inside of them changes their friends, their family, and ultimately their community. We do not change through information alone. We change when we see someone close to us change. So if each one could reach one with a message of hope, the possibilities are endless. So today, as we engage the different parts of this conference, really, it's a call to action to encourage each young person here today to find the gold that's inside of them, to reject mediocre. You are enough. And I know we hear this a lot. They're the new mantras you need to say to yourself in the mirror, but really you are. And where you're inadequate, become enough. There's so much information we can learn, we can grow. So challenge yourselves to be better and to do better. The innovation required to see this continent flourish is really sitting in this room and other rooms like this one. We've heard it today, a call to action. You know, if we don't do anything today, then 20 years from now, we'll be here telling the next generation to be courageous. So let's innovate, collaborate, and do whatever it takes. Join us in a revolution of hope as we audaciously collaborate to see youth-led change across the continent. Together, we'll see gold come alive in millions of African youth as they step up to become the leaders that our continent desperately needs to thrive. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate her better.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvia Baguma. Forever 32. You do look 32, actually, even younger than that. For our next speaker, let us put our hands together to welcome Judith Oyo from the National Chairperson Disability League and SMEP Microfinance. Welcome, Judith. And we welcome Ms. Judith, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a journey from the other side to here. So I was just looking at people and people were just looking at me and I was like, okay, I'm walking. Thank you so much. Yeah, my name is Judy Oyo. I'm a young person, I'm a mother, a wife, a sister, a comrade. Yeah, your comrade has to be there. And I thank God that today I'm here I work for MICROFINANCE Bank, and I'm also in politics. I know somebody is asking him or herself, where is banking and politics aligning? Yeah, and I'm Mandela Washington Fellow Alumni 2023, and I was happy seeing a portrait there, because we all talk about the spaces of young Africans into leadership and into entrepreneurship. Thank you so much. So with my part, we'll just be talking and conversing, not lined up, like I'm just giving a speech. So I'm not giving a speech. So you just want to talk. So I'm so much glad to be here. As in politics, I am a disability chair. That is Disability League. We have several leagues in politics. So we have Youth League, we have Women League, and we have Disability League. So most of the time, Disability League is not yet that much known. And I love being in the Disability League because of disability inclusion. And your former president, Jimmy, and your current president, Michael. So they invited, Michael invited me here, and Jimmy has been a friend even while I was a student leader at Kiriri Women's University. That was back in 2021, and I'm so much happy to be here and to meet with the comrades. And before I continue and we start this talking, can we just greet ourselves as comrades? I think we are in youth space, Indio. So we have to make this youth space. Comrades, power! I want to hear your voice, man. Everyone here is a youth. We have youth in spirit and we have youth. So, comrades, power. Comrades, power. Comrades, ra. Thank you so much. Okay, so kind of, yeah, not much inclusive. Thank you so much for having a sign interpreter. That is so much, we are so much humble as disability community. Yeah, and I'll talk about Disability League DAP Kenya. So DAP Kenya, this is a political, it's a political party here in Kenya, and our party leader is called Eugene Wamalwa. And we've always been looking for a space for the young people into getting into leadership, which has not been that quite much easy. I remember there's a speaker who said that you say that for one to make change, you have to get into politics. Although it's not that much easier, but we are looking for a space as youths where we can be heard, where we can get an opportunity to be involved in. So as a young person in disability, and also working with other people with disability, I didn't have the privilege to meet them because it was a short notice. I've been quite busy. So what I am really working on is to have that space that will really, really help our fellow youths, that will really, really bring the youths with disability to come into one platform. This is where we have several festivals, several workshops that we are working on, awareness that we are working on. And currently I'm working on awareness of the disability inclusion in public sector, in organization sector, and also in education sector. We know most of our youths are not getting the opportunity to get into school. Many of our youths who are disabled are not getting opportunity to social with everyone equally. Let's say if somebody is using brailles, how much can it be included? So we are pushing on having an agenda where even if we are having the constitution being made, if you are having information being passed from the government, we can have the braille translator so that everyone can feel included and the inclusive can work. So that is still a project that we are working on under an organization that is working with the Disability League chairs around Kenya, and we are working on having an environment where all persons with disability can be included, especially youths with disability. In Kenya, is 70% of youths, Sindio? So the 70% of youths, we are able to change or revolve the political system in our country. But how many percentage come out and vote out the corrupt leaders? How many voted this year? Let us just start at that point with a show of hand. The youths, all the youths. If you are from the age, I know here it's from 18, so from 18 to 35, and the youths forever. So let us start with from 18 to 35. How many voted? With a show, I'm one person who voted. So let us just look at those hands. If these are the number of people who voted, and then at the end of the day, we'll be crying of poor governance, we'll be crying of corruption, but we don't come out and vote these people out. What is the dream for our country as youths for tomorrow? We are the leaders of tomorrow, and tomorrow is today. So we don't need to wait for any other day, but start it as up now. So I'll jump into, I know when I start that point, I won't finish. So being a student leader and also being into politics gave me a lot of opportunities. And one of the opportunities was joining the Mandela Washington Fellowship, where I had the opportunity to learn as a leader and get a platform where we can network with other leaders coming from different sectors. And that is also, I don't know how to stand at one place, okay, sorry. So that is also a platform that can help both of us as youths. When you are not past 35, you can still apply for the Mandela Washington Fellowship or even apply for the yearly. So this is a platform that is really inclusive for the youths and their innovation. You are working on entrepreneurship. You are working on a sustainable system where we can have a well-conducive environment, where we can be creative and create employment, where we can advocate and create changes in our country. Then we need to join up and join this fellowship. And that is one of the fellowship that really helped me and gave me an opportunity. And I'm having also a foundation where I advocate for persons with disability. So those are some of the platforms that I really needed to share with you. You can go and check every year they do a cohort application. So next year you can go. I know there are some who are now not in Kenya. They've already traveled outside the country. But that is a social platform that you can get on. And now when we come to SMEP Microfinance, I work with SMEP Microfinance, and we have a product where we work with the TVET. This is to help them, inform them on how they can work on their savings and how they can work on their financial status, and give them an opportunity after school so that they can get a way to be an entrepreneur. So you will be learned through your financial system while still at school and learning how to save. So we have a banking system, a product where you do savings. It's called 52 Weeks Challenge. By the end of the time that you are out of your university, you are able to start your own business. So this will also help you with a statement on how you can get loan. So we work also with TVET, where we can also give them an opportunity so that they can have a capital to start their own businesses. So I'm told because of time, I'll cut mine short at that, but I will also leave you with one quote that says, if you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes in his heart. If you talk to a man in a language he hones, that goes to his heart. That is a quote by Mandela, and may you keep it in your heart. We talk to a language that the youth understand. It will seriously go to their heart. Thank you so much, and have a lovely day.
Thank you very much, Judith. I apologize, we are running behind time. I know a lot of us have lots of information to share today, but we need to share as little as possible, and then maybe we can network during break and lunchtime and then share more knowledge. Our next speaker, I hope I do not butcher the pronunciation of this name, but please join me to welcome.
Yes, good morning. How are you? I've not come here before. I just got an invitation, and I'm here, and I've been listening. I think I've enjoyed what I've listened to. And I must say that I'm so delighted And this is because I've got a chance to interact with the youth. And I must say that what's going on is good. And it's very, very important for our country. And my name is Dr. Orfa Nyakundi. I work at the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO as Deputy Director Program in the Social and Human Sciences Program. Now, it's important for me to say what we do briefly so that you don't misunderstand us. Now, we are a liaison institution. We implement UNESCO programs in Kenya, so we kind of link our country with UNESCO. We work in 5 programs. We've got education, natural sciences, culture, social and human sciences where I belong, and information and communication. So we work with the line ministries. Virtually, we work with all the ministries and departments in this country. We only get where there are gaps and move in. We are not doing their work. We only check where there are gaps, we move in, but we use the strategic plan of UNESCO, and we also use the work plan of UNESCO, because the programs there fit in very well with our programs. Kenya is UNESCO member number 73. Yearly, we pay the subscription fee. So we are perfectly in there. So whatever we do here, we do as part of UNESCO. And I did listen to what was being said. We deal with issues to do with climate change. We deal with issues to do with sports. We deal with issues to do with the youth forum, the human rights, fighting also, supporting the journalists to fight for their rights. So we do all sorts of things that you can imagine of that are supposed to be done in a country like ours. So because I was given 5 minutes, I think I've used 2. So probably I just need to say hi and leave. But before then, allow me, I was just wondering what this thing is that Tangaza is talking about, but somehow it's wonderful and it's a good opportunity. Now, I'm looking at our youth. When I arrived, we were talking with a friend I found this morning. We were discussing about what's happening in our country. Incidentally, it's a fact that we've got so many of our youth who are idle. And incidentally, we have got so many of our youth also who don't know how to move on. And that could be where the problem is. And allow me to give this quote, that the entrepreneur always searches for change, responds to it, and exploits it as an opportunity. I want to give about just 2 incidents. Tell me when my time is over. In Central Africa, some youth came together. And they formed what we call a UNESCO club, which is also in our docket. UNESCO clubs work to make the community better. And remember, the UN is all about peace. And so UNESCO is all about peace. So in as much as somebody is coming to bring food to your door, that is peace. Don't look at it in a different way. Because the belief is this: when your neighbor is happy, you will be at peace. I want you to think about it, reflect on that. When your neighbor is happy, you'll be what? At peace. When your neighbor is not happy, try it and see what happens to you. That is the belief in UNESCO, and that's how it works. So the peace in UNESCO is very practical. It is actually not the peace we talk about. It is practical. You make your neighbor what? Happier for your own what? Sake. And that is what we do. So these young people in Central Africa with a UNESCO club decided that actually it is an era of people migrating from the analog, as we call it, to the digital. They didn't have a cyber the way we started in Kenya. Those small shops and everybody had some computers. You would go there and Google and send your email. That is when we were migrating from writing those letters on those writing pads. Who is there? Who remembers? From those writing pads, now it came to what? They Google, you do an email, and it could feel so big. If you are actually able now to write an email, you've stopped writing those letters. So these youth wanted a change in their community. And you know, they thought we need a house, we need to buy these computers and put here. They were putting at a house. They didn't have good jobs. I was told I'm talking to the youth, isn't it? Yes. They started a structure. And they started moving on. And they had an idea, the structure. And they started moving on. And they had an idea. And then they said, they know you can actually apply to UNESCO for funds or elsewhere. There are people who have money and they can give you if you know how to network. I'm talking to the youth. Are you listening? Send it to UNESCO. And because the UNESCO clubs are actually agents, they're used as agencies in UNESCO. So they looked at it and they marveled at the idea. These are youth trying to make a change in society. Send somebody who came and checked at the project. The project was actually completed, handed over to the youth, and they made a difference in society. They enabled that village to migrate from analog to do what? To digital. They made a difference in society. We're talking about social entrepreneurship, isn't it? What difference are we making in our society in which we live, using our small businesses, using the little funds that we have? Are we making any difference that is going to also benefit us in future? And it reminds me of something again. I'm about to finish. That there is a teacher somewhere in one of our schools who is very interesting, and she's my friend. She's a PE teacher. And there are those young people who fear water. And you know, I also fear water. And so it is like when they are going for these PE lessons and they are going for a swimming lesson, there are those children, girls, who will actually stay at the back and they hide so that the teacher does not see them. Because they fear what? Water. And I was told she uses a very interesting strategy. She'll just come. When you are standing near the pool, of course, you've come prepared in your swimming kit, but you don't want to get near water. What she simply does, she's prepared, she knows how to do it. You just pushed in the water. And they take over, and most of them have known how to swim. Youth, do you fear moving on with the business? What is the problem? Money. I've had so many stories. Money. No, the conditions are not good enough. Are you waiting for somebody to push you into the swimming pool so that you can do what? You can swim. Then stand near a swimming pool so that somebody can do what? Push you. But don't wait for that. Don't fear, move on. How did they manage to swim? They just waited for somebody to do what? Give the push. Now look for a mentor to do the what? The push. And youth are agents of change. UNESCO believes so much in the youth. That youth are agents of what? Change. Believe you me, it can either be positive or what? Negative. But here we are looking for what? A positive what? Change in our country. I'll get back there. Entrepreneurship is as old as mankind. Don't you forget. And human beings were all created with creative and innovative minds. Let no one cheat you. Let no one call you daft. We were all created with what? Creative what? Minds. Go to a salon and see how the styles come out. Just go to a salon. Or look at the ladies in here and look at and understand creativity in doing hair. Then you will know that human beings were created with what? Creative minds. Not one, not two, all of us. This is because our socioeconomic needs are also as old. That is what we must be creative, we must be innovative, or else we will be stagnant. We must move on. So the moment we are not using our brains well, we will reach where the world will not be able to move. We will not cope. We will die of hunger, stealing will come in, and so many other bad things will happen in the world because we are not able to use what? What we were given, creativity, and being what? Innovative. I want to start my speech by asking these questions. How can our society benefit from our own experiences? And as the education in our country and the training we receive give us the kind of experiences that would enable us to meet society's social needs and resolve the existing problems. Somebody asks, is the education in our country relevant? We have kept changing. There was the earlier, you go up to Form 6, you mature enough to go to university. It was changed to 844. It has now changed. What are we looking for? We are looking for answers. We are looking for solutions to the existing societal what? Problems. And so the education we are getting, it's assumed, should solve what? These problems. To scale high on social entrepreneurship, our mind and attitude should depict intelligence. The creative and innovative mind must engage the right attitude. It must be an attitude through which wisely thought of strategies shall be used to pursue dreams. Strategies on how to resolve issues and take risks and chances. Taking risks and chances must be employed. I want to mention something to do with sports. Talent in sports. We all have our talents. The difference is how to develop them and use them to benefit society and ourselves. Some of you have a talent in sports and therefore you're very good in specific sports. What does that benefit you and the community in which you live? Sport has very many openings. Apart from it being a profession, it is a tool of building cohesive societies. At least that is what also UNESCO believes in, and it is true. It gives room for business, both big and small. It offers opportunities for entrepreneurship. And for those who do not know, in Kenya we've got the Kenya Academy of Sports. It is soon opening academies in all the 47 counties to develop the talent of our young people, and so that we can benefit from it. Look at sports champions as mentors for those who have got a desire to get into sporting activities. Now, do not get back to the old times of our fathers and mothers, whereby somebody would say, I would like actually to be a sports person. Then your mother would look at you or your father like, my child, are you normal? Sports is taking you where? And then it is like, really? You just want to go and play. Because to them, it was just going to do what? Play. Actually, children used to be beaten for playing ball outside. Please move from there. It is important. It is a nice talent. You'll be rich. You'll change the community. You'll change your society. You'll change yourself. You'll change the world using sports. Just as we engage the right gear for a vehicle to move, the education and the right training as well as the right mind must be engaged for success to be achieved in social entrepreneurship. Think about a vehicle. If you do not engage the right gear, will it move? No. In life, you must engage the right what? Gear. The right education, the right attitude, and the right what? Mind. And then you do what? You move on. Or else, you'll be stuck somewhere. A mind that is able to assess your own knowledge and skill limitations and push you forward to enhance your studies. Young people, don't get the first degree. You start looking for a job and say, I am educated. Why am I not getting a job? Move as much. Right now, I would want to even do my third master's. I have no problem. 55. I still want to do. When I stand with my children here, we are 3 adults. Yeah, they're also doing their own things. We normally stand. But I want mine still going. You've just done this 1 degree, and you're saying, I am okay. I can't get a job. You will not get it. Get the right what? Go more. Train more. People out there get even 3 degrees. A mind that will detect barriers and identify useful networks and go for them. This is what is required in social entrepreneurship. Are you able to detect a barrier and manage it? And are you able to identify useful networks and go for them? Let me tell you, my young people, networks are important. Where I work in my office, almost every time, even here, I'm going out with a network. And it will help me in my work. I was able, I just want to always give this good example. Kenya needed a physical education policy. That is in my docket. It pained me because UNESCO was pushing countries, member countries, you need direction in PE. But it must be done. And I get into these conferences, I'm invited. And by the way, I don't miss them when I have the time. When I'm not busy, I go, because I know what I'm gaining. Then I get to this German lady who had come for a meeting. And incidentally, I was presiding over the session, and I look at her, whatever you call it. And when I read it, I said, this one, I am going with her. She came and presented. After she finished, when she was leaving the stage, I told her, can we take tea? That was somewhere in Nairobi. And after that, she said, of course, we took tea. She has a component of sports in the country. They are supporting some sports activities. Then we talked, I told her, by the way, can you support Kenya to get a sports policy? She said, come for a meeting. Come, we meet next week. I told her, no, invite my CEO. That is how protocol is. My CEO was invited, and I was praying hard. May it reach her table, then he bounces to me. That's exactly what happened. She was invited, and that night, I was supposed to travel to France for a meeting, UNESCO. And then I just got a call. Orfa, you know what? I have been called for a meeting at Riverside. I asked the Daktari, at what time? This time, it was actually at noon. I was supposed to leave at 8 in the night. I didn't wait for a government vehicle. I took an Uber. I was there. When they saw me, they were smiling because they knew we had talked. I was the right person. I was right there. Do you know what I was saying? They were saying so many things I was not hearing. Sports policy for Kenya. And let me tell you, we have it. It was launched in 2021 by the CS Magoa. Do you know how much they put in? 12 million. We are pushing to have it implemented. Youth networks. It will work for you. My time is up. Now, what positive difference can we make in society, and how do we do this? What positive progress can we make in the lives of others without having a political mind? How we view opportunities, obstacles, and interpersonal interactions will influence how successful we will become in the social field. Increased effectiveness in social entrepreneurship will require the desire and wish to enhance one's knowledge and training. With proper training, it is possible to detect the right kind of networks from where opportunities can be gotten. I said youth are agents of change. They are to utilize their full potential to build their own environments and that of others. How do you do that, which you must do as a youth in our country? You have the education, so you are knowledgeable. You have the training, so you have specific skills to support your social and economic development. You need to choose a mentor to give you the psyche to move and to give you confidence about the direction you're taking. You need to identify the barriers so that you can strategize on how to overcome them. You need to have a vision and develop your mission to take you where you ought to be. You need to network because that is where great ideas and in your area of expertise are. You must be keen on your relations because that is where your business partners are. You need to work hard because with laxity and laziness you will fail. And you must win because that is your goal and that is the wish of society for you. And I conclude by saying that human capital development can be a life changer. Socioeconomic status of individuals and societies have been made better, and positive change can be seen in many communities. And finally, a quote from Ziegler says that you don't build a business, you build people. Then the people build business. And you've been built and you're still being built. So make sure after you have been built, you build what? Business. Don't sit idle. Don't waste the people who have been built. The future of society is made better today, not tomorrow. And whatever you do today will have an impact on the future generations. Thank you so much.
Many thanks to Dr. Ofa. Thank you so much for those amazing words. Now, this next speaker to usher us into our break is a very amazing person. Please let us put our hands together and welcome our chief guest, Miss Margaret Kiogora, the CEO of National Youth Council.
I hope you can see me. After Dr. Offa speaking, I think I can just say we should close and go. But I have something to say. My name is Margaret Kiogora, and I am the CEO of National Youth Council. As National Youth Council is an institution to represent the youth. It is an institution to represent you as a young person. So long as you are between the age of 18 to 35, and our constitution, that is an institution to represent you. A National Youth Council is an agency of government under the Ministry of State, the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy, and Sports. And I believe we've had sports being mentioned. And as you can hear, creatives are also being mentioned here. So our government is very deliberate to ensure that we have a ministry to represent you as a young person. So as we start off, allow me to tell you what National Youth Council is all about. National Youth Council amplifies your voice. We used to say we are the voice of the youth. But when we sat down here in such platforms, our young people reminded us, we have our own voice. You can only amplify it. And we are in agreement with that statement. We amplify your voice. We amplify what you are doing. Because let me tell you, there are so many young people doing exemplary work and they don't have someone to amplify that. So our work as an agency of government is to amplify what the young people are doing. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. It is such an honor to stand before you today during this 7th annual conference on social entrepreneurship. This gathering is a beacon of hope and innovation, a platform where young minds converge to chart the course for sustainable future. So if you're here, you're actually at the right place and you belong here. So today, we unite not just as attendees, but as catalysts for change, committed to harness the power of social entrepreneurship, which has continued, and I believe my previous speakers have been able to show the importance of that. I'm deeply inspired by the energy and the passion that each of you brings to the table. And I am thrilled to witness the future leaders of our continent gather to discuss how can we drive the social change that we want to see. As we are aware, the youth form the majority of our population, so we can't be ignored anymore. We are 75% of the population of Kenya, and not just Kenya. I believe most African countries, that's the largest demography. This demographic reality places an immense responsibility, but at the same time, it also gives a greater opportunity in our hands. The minute we see our young people as an asset, because we are an asset, we are energetic, we have wonderful ideas, we can be able to change the continent of Africa. And I believe all of us are aware of the Agenda 2063, of the Africa we want. We are the people to drive that. And we cannot be away from the conversation. We have to be at the conversation. So we, the youth, are not just leaders of tomorrow. We are leaders of today. We are the change agents of today. Our creativity, our resilience, our unwavering commitment to make a difference is actually evident because you see different young people doing different things to change and shape the future of our continent. So the essence of the social entrepreneurship lies in the powerful blend of profit and purpose. Unlike traditional businesses, social enterprises are driven by a mission to solve a social problem. create a positive community, impact and protect our environment. In this room, we have the potential to build enterprises that do not merely aim for financial gain, but strive for societal good and sustainable development. So what we are telling you, you have to be very bothered by what you're seeing in the environment. And apart from complaining, taking the initiative to change. And as I do that, allow me to give you a story of a lady called Amina. I don't know if Amina is here with us today. She started a company called Eco Warriors. The reason why she did that, it's because she was troubled by the amount of waste in her community. As opposed to sitting and complaining, she embarked on a journey to turn the plastic waste into an affordable, sustainable building materials. Her startup not only cleaned the environment, but also provided or provides jobs to local youth and also ensures that there is affordable housing solutions. And I believe Amina is not the only one doing this. It is a testament to the ingenuity and determination that characterizes our young people and the African entrepreneurship. Our continent is brimming with such stories of an Amina here. I'm sure there's someone else here who is doing such a wonderful innovations, who sees a challenge, but at the same time is able to come up with an opportunity. From renewable energy project in West Africa to agricultural innovation in East Africa, our young people are defining and redefining what it means to be a business leader. However, to amplify our impact, we must embrace the power of networking. And I cannot emphasize what Dr. Offa said. When you come here, don't just be an attendee. Attend, make connection. You never know who you can be able to forge a solution with. In today's world, we are interconnected. Our ideas transcend through borders. Right now, there are people who are in Kenya, but are trading in people who are somewhere in Asia. Why? Because they've done the networking. So by fostering a borderless network, we can share knowledge, pool resources, and scale our solution more effectively. You know, there's one thing for me to come up with a solution which will only help my community here, but there's a bigger thing and a bigger impact when we come from different areas. You can imagine the impact it has, as opposed to one person, but having several people who are coming up together to ensure there's a solution. So networking is not just about exchanging business cards. Please, don't just exchange business cards. It is about building alliances that can drive socio-economic transformation across the continent and beyond. Imagine a network where a social entrepreneur in Kenya collaborates with someone in Ghana, South Africa, Nigeria, to tackle a shared challenge. Such collaborations can lead to the development of groundbreaking solutions that can be implemented on a large scale, befitting millions. So as we move forward in this conference, let us keep in mind that the future of Africa lies in our hands. So there's so much that is expected from us. So let us harness our collective potential to create businesses that are not just for profit, but those ones that are able to provide solution in our society. In closing, I urge each of us to take this opportunity to connect, collaborate, and commit to driving the change we want to see. Together, we can turn our vision of a socially economic sustainable Africa into the reality. The journey may be challenging, but the rewards will be better because we will be changing this together. And I believe there's that adage, an African adage, that if we want to walk far, we want to walk together. If we want to walk fast, we can go alone. But for us, we want to go far. As the continent of Africa and as Kenyans and as young people, we want to move far. So let's work together. Let's network and share these ideas. And in conclusion, I know we did Youth Africa, Youth Connect Africa Summit last year, where we saw 20,000 youth from 40 different African countries coming together. And you know what we were pushing for? A borderless Africa. And for me, that's networking, being able to trade with one another. So as I conclude, take advantage of such forums. Even if you can't go there physically, join virtually. The world has changed. Thank you very much, and let's make this conference a stepping stone towards transformative actions. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Ms. Margaret Kiogora. The journey will be hard, but if we walk together, we will go far. This is amazing, and that's a very good piece of advice. Now, can we please give a standing ovation to all our speakers for this first session? They've really done amazing work. Thank you very much. And on that note, I would like to call upon Ms. Susan Mwangi to come, and we appreciate our speakers for this first session of the day. Ms. Susan would like to gift our speakers we will start with Mr. Shazib. Mr. Trevor Ruto. Ms. Sylvia Baguma. Ms. Judith Oyo. Dr. Ofer Nyakundi. And lastly, Ms. Margaret Kiogora. Thank you very much, our speakers, for the first session. We appreciate the kind words that you've shared with us today. Now, I don't know how fast you've ever eaten in your life, but for this next session, I'm going to need you to eat very fast. Let it be like a competition of some sort. See how fast you can swallow food. Please, we are going to go for a break tea, and then we'll be back for our next session, but we're really running behind time, so we'll make it as fast as possible. And before we go for the tea, we will have a photo at the entrance there. Our ushers will show you. We take a photo, and then we proceed to the area where we have tea. And then our speakers and panelists, you will follow Miss Martha after the photo to show you where you'll have the tea break. Please, let's have the tea and be back here by midday. So those are 20 minutes from now.
All right. Okay. So, very simple activity. When I say 1, you put your right finger like this. Okay? Are we together? You have to have a neighbor for this. You can't be a lone ranger for this one. You have to have a neighbor. And ensure that your neighbor has also eaten and they're smiling and they have good vibes. Those are the rules. They have eaten, they're smiling, and they have good vibes. All right? We are all good. So when I say 1 like this, when I say 2, you put your hand on your neighbor. On your neighbor. Can you see my confusion? You put your other hand now on top of your neighbor. Okay? Okay, for you don't have a neighbor. You put your on top of the finger. Or on top, okay. My bad. On top of the finger of your neighbor. Okay? We are together. Now when I say 3, you make sure you grab the finger of your neighbor and you make sure your finger is not grabbed. So you have to do 2 things at a go. Okay? We are chap for that. I know we are smart for that. So let me see. Let's do a trisex. 1. There are some people who are still at 3. I can see some people putting their hands. We are not at 3, we are at 1. Higher. Shh. Let's have silence. 2. Higher. 3. When you get a hold of your neighbor, make sure you tell them to prepare for a presentation, okay? When you are caught in the game, you prepare for a presentation. It is that simple. So that one was a trisex. We are ready now, right? We are ready now, right? Okay, let's go. 1. We are at 1. We are at 1. Okay, let's go. 2. Silence as we wait for 3. Shh. Guys, patience. Higher, are you ready? Higher, let's go. 2. Kindly, 2. We are still at 2. Higher, we are at 2. Higher, 3. If you get a hold of them, kindly just tell them, prepare a presentation. Okay? Okay, we may have our seats. Awesome. So at this time, we'd like to go to the next part. And we'll be inviting a speaker. And our speaker for today is Mr. Let me get the word right. Romanas Opio. Mr. Romanas Opio, I don't know if he's in with us right now. I really hope he is. So he is from Stockholm Environment Institute. So Mr. Opio, if you're in, kindly. Mr. Opio, I don't think he's in yet. Okay. All right. So next up, we'll have a panel discussion. Okay. So right now we'll go to the next part. And we'll have a panel discussion. Yes, we'll have a panel discussion. And I want to invite our panelists. Are you guys ready for this one? We are going to have a panel on unleashing creativity for zero unemployment and poverty, exploring the dynamic landscape of the youth, culture, sports, and art innovation. So allow me to invite these powerful panelists who will be headed also by a moderator. So number 1, allow me to invite Henry Wanjala from the Kenya Boys Choir. Nice. Let's appreciate him better. Let's appreciate him better. Amazing, amazing. Welcome. You may have your seat. Next, we have Sheba from Alive and Kicking. Let's appreciate her. Let's appreciate her. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next, we have Miss Njeri Nganga, who's the lead curriculum developer in Soma Siri. Let's appreciate her as she makes her way to the stage. And last but not least, allow me to invite the moderator who will be taking us through this panel, and that is Rosemary Kinuthia. So let's all give a round of applause to all of our panelists, and even as Rosemary makes her way here. Okay, should our panelists dance kidogo? You know, we are in a youth event. Can they shake a little bit before they start, right? Watoe stress kidogo, sindio? Nice. DJ, if you have something, just anything. Yeah? Just be on your feet. Be on your feet. What's happening? What's happening is we are going to dance. Our panelists, we are literally, you guys are going to dance kidogo before you start your panel. Okay? We are ready for that? Come on, guys. They can do it, right? They can do it, right? The drums are not yet here, but we are waiting for our DJ here to... Gani? Unataka tutumie hii? Okay, sawa sawa. So, ni kama mlikuwa mmeomba asubuhi. Ni kama mlikuwa mmeomba vizuri sana asubuhi, si ndio? Haya, next time tutawashika. So allow me to give them this opportunity to go ahead. Karibuni sana. Let's appreciate them.
It's noon. Good afternoon. Si imefika saa sita? Okay. We had 1 hour session. It has been reduced to 30 minutes. And in the last 1 minute, nimeambiwa it has again been reduced from 30 minutes to 15 minutes. So naenda kilometer 80 in 15 minutes, in short. So my name is Rosemary Kinuthia. I'm the founder and director African Boy Child Network. And I'm also Secretary General for Social Enterprise Kenya. And I'm honored to be here. So because of the time limitation, I'm just going to dive in. You introduce yourself. You say what you do in respect to the agenda of the day. And of course, looking at what the theme for the social enterprise, building networks to advance social entrepreneurship in Africa. And of course, that perfectly aligns to SDG 17. So we are actually on the right track. Karibu sana.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my name is Henry Wanjala. I'm a co-founder of the Kenyan Boys Choir. Wow, music is my life, to be specific. I'm literally seated here and meeting these amazing panelists and all of you because music made it happen. Most of the time I've seen of late it's all about technology and all this, but when we were young, all I did was dive into music, and because I had a mentor, I grew up and started mentoring other young boys. So I was actually really glad to meet Rosemary, African Boy Child Network. So I'm here just to share the journey. What did we do in terms of creating music into numbers? What do I mean? Payment. How did I empower the boys? How did they go through the entire process to become better in life? Because trust me, art really pays if you give it. If you invest in art, it will definitely give back. So I believe we'll dive into that as we continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry, and thank you, moderator. My name is Njeri Nganga from Soma Siri Africa, or Siri the brand is a group of companies that's in social entrepreneurship. Soma Siri Africa is engaged in the cognitive development of children and young people to help them begin to think like solutionary people, I am in charge of developing the curriculum that we are using at Soma Siri. I'm an educator and have been for many years. I'm also very interested in the arts, music and drama. I've brought up musicians and dramatists in my house and in the school. So that's an area that I'm very excited about. We are leveraging on psychology, using psychological principles to see how we can reach the mind, how we can develop the cognition of people to assist them to begin to solve problems, and particularly problems for Africa. We are absolutely passionate about Africa. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheba Nyaronga. I am representing 11 Kicking Kenya. So some of you would know us as the Ball People. As 11 Kicking Kenya, we're a threefold social enterprise. So our first purpose is to increase access to play for vulnerable children. And we do that by making balls in Kenya. So we make hand-stitched balls. And the balls we make are footballs, netballs, which we retail in some of the major stores. And then we also have an aspect of using balls for education. So we have different educational programs that utilize football drills to be able to just create education in a fun, interesting way. I'm sure maybe if I had a ball now, most of you would be smiling. So that is the purpose of our life, is to use a tool that people enjoy to just create a difference in the community.
Thank you. I think because of time, I'll just dive in. We have data in terms of youth and employment. And if you look around, most of the people, most of our young people are actually in social media. They are dancing, they are doing all sorts of things. And sports also becomes more of a tool to vent out. And we have a lot of issues in this country. One of the things that we realize, even the issue of recreation facilities is a pipe dream. So these young people are leaving school, they are not employed, out of school and out of employment. So we have a lot of idling. And every 5 years is when this country remembers the youth. Every 5 years is when the youth are the leaders. But in between, they're just being thrown left, right, and center. In our own small way, because we might not have the muscles, in our own small way, how are we coming in to solve youth problem in terms of stress, mental health, in terms of even self-worth, in terms of boosting their optimism, and also in terms of making money out of their passion, and how sustainable is it? 2 minutes each.
Okay, heavy question. I think the first thing for 11 Kicking has been using sports as a way to create income, because unfortunately, as a country, we do speak highly about exporting talent, but we don't see sports as an income generation in terms of all the different inputs that go into sporting activities, from the jerseys. For us, our focus has been balls, but if you think about the Western countries, the amount of production they have of this thing called sports, it's actually higher for some of those countries than what they have as talent. So for us, taking into consideration of the fact that everybody in this country has played football, regardless of the gender, no matter what, when you see a ball, your inclination is to kick it. So we just thought, instead of having a huge sport in this country and not utilizing what it means in terms of income, for us, the first thing has been creating employment. And our target group has always been youth, women, and person with disability, so that you're able to generate something that can make a difference in your own life, invest back into your community. And when it comes to mental health, we have, for the past 3 years or so, have had a KICD-approved program on mental health. So like I mentioned, for us, sports is supposed to be fun. It's something you're enjoying. And sports is a fun place. Whenever you meet people engaging in football, they're having fun. Whether it's netball, basketball, you're in a space where you're having so much fun. And you would say, you know what happened to me last time? But if you're in a formal room like this, if I ask you what happened in your life, you might be inclined to hide that information. So for us, we're also using sports to have those staff discussions. We're also proud to see so many organizations starting to use that model of engaging with young people using sports. For the youth in this room, I would say when it comes to talent, in my interaction, you need to think of the business side of your talent. I meet a lot of guys doing content, and they never think of how they can generate income from that content. A lot of people approach me and they're like, oh, can we do a video? And I'm like, it'll be great for me, but I have no idea what value it would add for you because you forget to even put the tag that you created the content. So as much as you're doing all this content, take a minute to also think about what is this business that I want to make and how can I generate income from it. Thank you.
Oh, I repeat. Sorry. I think it's the same question that I'd asked. Maybe probably I summarize, is that we have serious concerns. Unemployment is almost over 6%. The youth is, like you said, 70%. Somebody said 70%. And we actually know jobs. The people who are getting jobs in this country are people of 65 years. So, and we are the majority. How do we use what we have, what we love, music, sports, our culture, to sustain ourselves? Maybe it can just be as direct as that.
That's a wonderful question because it lies right at the heart of everything that we are doing at CIRI. And one of the questions we ask ourselves in CIRI is, if opportunities, if problems were opportunities, then shouldn't Africa be the land of opportunity? Right? We have problems. We have no solutions. The solutions we get are imported solutions that do not work very well in our setup. So what we are doing at CIRI is ensuring that we assist our young people to see themselves as part of the solution, to use their brains to come up with solutions to African problems. Let us create African solutions for Africa's problems. Let us not import solutions. Now, how do we do this? One of our key focus areas is that we are using the theory of multiple intelligences, and we are saying that every individual is gifted. Every individual is talented. All we need to do is identify psychologically the giftedness of a person, right? Once we have identified that this is your gifting, then can you use that gifting to solve a problem? Now, gifting, of course, is not just music and drama and art, right? We have about 9 intelligences that have been put forward by Howard Gardner. And those are the intelligences that we are developing. So we have multiple intelligence hubs. We have a multi-stimuli environment in our innovation hub. We, in fact, the students from Tangaza were there another day, and we were very happy. They went through the process. Identify your giftedness, then you know what you're good at, use that. In fact, we also say that the reason why our people are not doing well is because they are not taught in the right way. I heard one of the speakers this morning talk about the right education, right? The correct education. Teach a child in the way they learn best, and they will do wonders, right? That is at the core of our belief. Okay, thank you.
Henry, you know we are in the same sector.
Yes.
Boy, child, till death. Now,
I have no choice.
one of the things that, and this is just direct to you from my own experience, is that they talk about social entrepreneurship, where you make money and create impact to society.
Okay.
One of the things, we have serious issues on the social aspect
Okay.
In this country in terms of family units. You talk about drugs and alcohol abuse, it goes all the way to 70%. You talk about school dropouts. You talk about anything. Think about it: femicide, homicide, drugs, crime, violent extremism. It is everywhere. So they say family units builds the nation. So we are struggling with that aspect of even having the basic family unit. And when you look at all these figures, the boy child is at 70 or 80%, more or less as a perpetrator. So and of course, me being perpetrators, there's a way all of us get into the mix. And we are all hurting in the process.
Yes.
From your own experience, what do you think needs to be done to mitigate that crisis?
Okay, I actually wanted to answer the first question for this one.
Thank you.
I was just preparing. And I think sometimes it's very easy to speak and to share about what we do, etc., etc. And last week I was in another event, conference just like this one, about the youth. But most of the things that I heard were mostly people sharing about their CVs, and they're not giving solutions. And the first thing, actually, just to answer that, number one, I went to, I don't know if everyone has gone to the Sandbox Gallery, and I met the young men who are doing an amazing job. And for me, I have learned to have a mentor, I have learned to collaborate, I have learned to network with people who will show me the right direction and what to do. And today I want to be that person here today. And in fact, the first thing when I walked into the room in the morning at 8 and I saw the portrait of Nelson Mandela, and I walked in and it was really an amazing piece. And if you look up, it's written 70,000 Kenya shillings. And the first thing I said, it is so cheap. I was like, there's no way that portrait is 70,000 shillings. That is minimum at $1,200, minimum. Okay? And whoever did it needs somebody to show him where to go and do this. And that's why I went to that gallery today. And I was able to see Wangari Maathai. I saw a portrait of Jesus, Mary Magdalene, and baby Jesus, and I also saw Obama. And of course, I did commit to them because I have worked with the UNEP, United Nations Environmental Assembly. I've done myself, I'm passionate about music, yes, and recycling, and that's what they do. And I told them, these ones should be displayed at the UNEP during World Environment Day next month. And if you put the $1,200, it will go, I am telling you. That's what I can do to assist and to help. Not just to say we do this. What are we doing? They are here, literally. The youth are in this room and we need to show them or show them the direction where to go. Okay? Just 14th of May, just when was that? 2 days ago or a day ago? So what I saw, I am part of Global Citizen, and they want to end extreme poverty. And so they have Cisco Youth Awards that has been happening, and people were awarded. I know one of our award, who got the awards was Wawera, who did the kitchen where she feeds kids. I don't know if you've seen that, and you've seen a lot of the governor going. She received the award during Global Citizen Nelson Mandela Award, and she received $250,000. So I want to urge all of you to go to globalcitizen.org. You are innovators, you are creatives, you have a chance to apply, and you have a chance to win $250,000 US, 100,000, 75,000 each. Okay, they just launched the other day, because I get prompts. I'm actually applying for this one. It's called the Wesley's Global Citizen Award, and I'm sharing it with you because it's between 18 to whichever. If you're an innovator, whatever you do, I heard the young gentleman, Mr. Ruto, who was here, the banners that you do, apply for this. It's there for you. Different youth are winning these prizes, and they're putting it in all their startups, everything. Let's just not talk and say we do this. This is it, this is it, this is what's happening right now. It was launched, you apply, I think the deadline is 3rd of June or something. It just opened up on the 14th of May. I'm just playing my part to share, because you know a candle doesn't lose its light by lighting another candle. As simple as that. Are we together? I know through music I got access to these different platforms to meet different people. Okay? The other thing about what you're talking about, that question is, I just want to urge the youth to really identify a mentor. You might have a brilliant idea, but if you don't have a mentor, that's why you see so many things fail, because you want to go it alone. I want to go it alone. I'm telling you from experience. Are we together? I'm telling you from experience, music is difficult. It's hard. It's a hard space. But you need a mentor to guide you through it. So it is through music I was able to learn that life skill that I need a mentor through and through. And that's what we need, and that's what all of you need. You need to identify a mentor. If you're doing something, get a mentor who will guide you through. Okay? I did a certain video last year, and it's just what you're talking about. Because there's a school in Naivasha I went, it's a mixed school, and they had donors fly in from the US, from Canada, and they built a dorm for the girls. This is a mixed secondary school. They built a dorm for the girls. So the boys went to the principal and said, Mwalim, we also want a dorm. Why are the girls getting a new dorm? Because the boys perform better than the girls, but they were not given a dorm. And they're wondering, what is wrong with us? We are performing better, we are the top students, but the girls are being supported. And they said, we are the same ones who will be going home every day, sitting on that mawe there, and we'll be waiting for those girls to come from the dorms, okay? And they'll still meet us kwa streets huko. Tutakutana tu bado now. We need to empower everyone. Give them chances. I know it has been a debate, girl child, all this. I know it's a war that I don't know. But all I'm saying in terms of the boy child, I understand, what they are going through, what we are going through, what I am going through. Okay? And I know we just need to be given spaces. If somebody has talent, how do you guide them to get it? The problem is some of the senior members of society want to take advantage. No, show them the way. Don't take advantage, show them the way. I know the answer should be more deeper, but you started mentioning the time. I'm like, should I dive in or should I not attempt? Okay? But I feel it is very, very important for guidance is very, very, at this day and age. Okay? And lastly, of course, social media. When I started my musical journey, we didn't have the Instagrams, the Facebooks, and all. Actually, Instagrams, we did not have this. I wish I had them back then. But also, I'm grateful that I didn't have it because I was really focused. I wasn't diverted by comparisons and all these things. This whole thing of mental health. Oh, why is Rosemary like this and I'm not like this? That's what also cripples. But you see, by simple Googling this and getting to know, there's a lot that you can do with your phone, with the internet positively. And that's what I really urge them in terms of using what is happening now. IT, we're in the age of intelligence right now, AI. How do we use it to amplify our talents and our skills? And I think that's it, yeah.
Thank you, that was powerful. Actually, I saw a clip somewhere on social media, it's telling the youth, please don't get intimidated by social media posts. People don't hardly post their failures. So that should be home. So what I'm going to do, because this is a youth panel, and I am not youth. Are you youth? Mom, uko youth? You are there. So what? So what we'll do is that. Okay. God, it's done so timely. I'm going to give 5 minutes and then we'll leave this panel to the youth to ask a question. So I'll take 3 questions or maximum 4 at the same time, and then the panel will respond. It is your panel, so it's only noble to have you get involved. Sawa sawa? Anybody somewhere, mkono juu? Okay, we have her, thank you. We have him. We have, I have 2. 2 is enough? Okay. Okay, sama. Yes, she's there.
Good afternoon. My name is Gloria. It was a wonderful presentation to see how the youth are being involved. My question will be to ask on, yes, we do have these opportunities. I do agree. However, most of the youth-led organizations or startup businesses, most of them, especially from low-income areas, do not have the access to the information. It's not that they do not know that it exists, they do not have the access to information. The second thing is, how would you try to help these youths to get access to such information or opportunities? The second one, right now our education system has, it's somehow congested because us as the younger generation, we're finishing school earlier than how in the past. Let's say I'm 22 years old or I'm 21 years old, I've already finished my tertiary institution. I'm still there with a person who's 26 or 27. All of us are waiting for the same opportunity, and we are trying to figure this space out in the best way that we can. So for you as our mentors, how do you propose that to encourage for us, the young people, to get good mentors who can be able to train us to get access to those opportunities, putting in mind that we're more of talent, or yes, talent-based entrepreneurship. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Then there's a young man right at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Kelvin, a student at YMCA. Yeah, and I come from Mukuru. It's an informal settlement, Mukuru Kayaba. And the issue is unemployment to boy child, and it has been a challenge for us as a boy child. And because we feel excluded and neglected in the community, and also would like to know from this panel what help they could offer and put in place to help the boy child. Thank you.
Okay, that's the second question. Are we okay? There is a gentleman there. I want to shift this side. Ama hapa kuna venye hawafanyi. So we have two here. Let me take two and we close. Tafadhali.
My name is
Yes.
Anton Ombara, under Tangaza University Mtaani. So my question goes to topic related to mental health. Because basically the problem you're having in our society is addressing the wrong problem. We've identified the gap that we have in the society is maybe boy child are not recognized. That is an overview of the problem that we have. But we fail to dig deeper in identifying the real issue being mental wellness. I ask this relating it to May being the month of mental wellness. So what are some of the measures or some of the ways that we can curb in identifying issues related to mental wellness in solving crises such as boy child and so on?
Okay. The last one? The last one? Yes.
So my name is Jenga Paul from Kenyatta University. I'm also a volunteer in an organization.
From?
Kenyatta University.
Kenyatta University, okay.
I'm also a volunteer in Soweto with initiative in Soweto Slum. So sometimes back there was this issue of gender inequality, where the girls were more oppressed and the boy child was somewhere higher. But in the current times, the girls have been in the upper stage and the boy child has somehow been oppressed. Because I've seen a scenario at one organization where we had to write a proposal and there was 7 men and 3 women, but the proposal didn't go through. We wrote another one where the girls were 6 and the gents were 4. and the proposal went through. How is this issue going to be capped? Because we feel like the boy child is somehow being oppressed. Thank you.
Okay. I am feeling so elated today because the boy child issue is coming up. I hope you've noted. Each one of us can respond to the first, to either. So I'm going to ask, the first lady asked, how do the youth access this information? 1 minute or even less, and then we'll go. Anybody can respond to that.
Okay, yes. Yeah, it's a vast question. For personally, what I do, it's just my own initiative that I take. Anything that I see, I always post in all my social medias. And for those who are in my network, I always share. Of course, the Kenyan Boys Choir, those who are in university, I always ensure that they see. I come from a very huge family. There are different groups, and I really share things that I see that they need. I don't have access to, but if someone has access to as the youth, I always share every time. So in terms of awareness, I do my best, okay? And I usually urge, people are born different. I remember even when I was younger, I would Google something like scholarships. When I was younger, like I would do before I crossed the youth threshold, I believe, I always Googled these opportunities because I always wanted to know what is out there. The other question about the classes of if you finish school early and you're within the same, there's somebody who's done the same thing. I believe in terms of the space, I will use my example, music. I audition, when I get the boys, I audition, of course, between 18, from 18. I am with these young men till they're 25. Why? Because of job placements. We meet so many organizations, we perform for so many organizations, and we always write a recommendation letter. I will tell you for free, in terms of the impact, we have over 10 boys living in the US, working in those organizations that we've worked with. Are we together? Because we want to help out. It's not, music is just a platform for them to achieve what they want in terms of their career choices. I have done that. We keep on doing that. And we encourage and we mentor these boys through and through until they graduate from university. So that by the time they're finished, they know where they're headed. So in terms of I will say the space you're in, if you're into, let's say if you're a banker or if you graduated from these specific career paths, get to know what is around there, or get somebody or an organization or someone. That's why I mentioned the aspect of mentorship is very important. You know, that's why Equity, you know what Equity does, the Wings to Fly. When the kids graduate, they take them into the program before they are into the job market. They get the training through Equity Bank. So I feel like you need to really identify this. And I just wanted to use my example, Equity's example, to see in your area, who is the best placed in terms of, you know, your career path that would help show you the opportunities and or get you on board, so to speak.
Okay, thank you for that response. You've taken care of the access to information and mentor issue. We still time. I want one of you to tackle the mental wellness. Mental wellness. There's a gentleman that asked about mental wellness, mental health.
Didn't quite get it.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it was a question or a statement. Okay. But I think in this day and age, quite a lot of effort is being put into allowing people to speak out or speak about how they feel. We do have a lot of cultural impediments when it comes to our ability as a country to speak about mental health. Either you are weak or, you know, just go in a corner and deal with it. But I do think in the past few years, whether it is within legislation or within the different policies that are passing, we are advocating for people to speak out more. Even within the workforce, initially, you know, you couldn't take time off. It would be like, why are you going off? But now it's like, you need to take the time, you should take the time. What I would encourage you as a group, There are a lot of different forums coming up. As 11 Kicking, we're doing quite a bit in high schools when it comes to creating awareness. LVCT has a program, I think, in Mombasa and I think Kakamega. So different organizations are trying to push and advocate for us to change our culture as a country so that we're able to allow people to speak out about what they're going through. A lot of societal ills could be controlled if people were just allowed to speak up or seek help as opposed to, you know, harming each other in the household and hiding certain things. So I would say there's a lot happening in this space, and maybe just do a bit more research and see what type of network can support you better. I know on Saturday there's a group, there's a program happening for women who have suffered bereavement. So you do have a lot of forums for different types of support. And in the past few months, the government has also rolled out psychologists into the different health facilities, from dispensaries to the national hospitals, which was not the case in the past. So access to mental health support was also, like I said, it wasn't a problem, so there was no reason to have medical personnel in the facilities. But over the past few months, I believe currently all facilities that are government facilities have a mental health personnel who is able to provide support.
The whole issue of equality and equity, where I come from, our problem actually is boys, right? Our boys have been completely marginalized. I think there was all this, and this is why we are talking about solutions for Africa really should come from here. Because people have come from the West and they have told us it is the girls that need to be promoted. And that was okay, because there is a time when that was necessary. But right now, the space in which we are, the girls have overtaken the boys, and that is why you're seeing all these mental health issues, right? That's why you're seeing all this fighting at home and all the murders and everything. Why? Because the boys are hurting where it matters, right at the center of their ego, right? They're no longer able to speak. They have no voice, right? And it's very unfortunate, like where I am, in one of the programs that we are doing some other place, we were saying that we need funding for boys. And they say, no, 70% girls and 30% boys. And we are trying to say we are in Kiambu district. Kiambu district, our problem is the boy child. You know, but they say, no, 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 girls, right? So what is the challenge for us young people here? Because we are saying we don't want to wait for people to come from out there to come and tell us what to do, right? Are we able to begin our own programs like what Henry here is doing, right? Have programs that deliberately address issues of the boys, okay? Because that's the only way we are also going to bring back the balance in society. I'm not so sure we can talk about equality of gender. I prefer to talk about equity, where everybody does what they're able to do and do it to the best of their ability. Because there are things I cannot do because of my gender. And there are things he cannot do because of his gender. There is nothing, you know, all those biological things and possibly others, right? And I think that's something that we really do need to accept. And once we accept that, then even as we craft our programs for development, we need to mainstream the African view of gender relations in our programs, right? And if we are able to mobilize African funding, and it is there, only it is being directed to politics and stuff like that, right? If we can mainstream funding that is coming from Africa so that it is used in an Afrocentric way. That is a word that is very central to us at CERI. We are talking about Afrocentrism. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, allow me to. One of the things that is coming out is that based on even the theme for this particular conference, there is a certain need, an urgent need to kind of sort our societal fabric, because I do not see how I'll be creative, I'll be innovative, I'll enjoy sports, I'll venture into business when the social aspect of me is not right. So I think that is the basis. That's what we are talking about. And if we have to come to shut down all of us, I think that is where the shutting down will start from. So even when you're telling the youth, take advantage of your passion in terms of sports and make sure it makes money for you, or we are saying take advantage of your, of your singing, let it make money for you. Take advantage of your creativity to make money for you. If you have issues, personal issues, then we might not achieve that. And it's also important to say that I'm happy this conversation is coming. Because when you look at most of our young people, especially even during the campaigns, 95% are young men. Then after election, waneko kando. So that is why you can't even go home at 9 because you are almost certain something is going to happen. So I think we need to be real, to talk real issues. And at this juncture, it's also good to mention, and for the boy child in this country, and in this particular session, yesterday, African Boy Child Network and 30 of its partners, we took a petition to Parliament, Matters Boy Child. So the next, we are saying, just like what Henry is saying, we are walking the talk. So we took that to Parliament yesterday, and the biggest challenge between now and the next 14 days, we expect a response. And if they do not respond, we will hit that Parliament again. And our petition had 10 different data, and none from private sector. All of them, NACADA, NGEC, Kenya Prison, Kenya Police, Ministry of, all that, and all of it is about 70% touching on boy child. So they really need to do something. So we are very optimistic. I know the job ikombele ni kubwa because lobbying also is very expensive, but we are hoping that we can bring sanity to this community. So 30 seconds, closing remarks. Love to talk hapa.
You can see the boy child has been empowered, so I've been given the microphone first. I really appreciate that we are walking the talk already, so I really appreciate. Thank you so much for inviting me. I really, this forum actually is bigger than what it looks, and I do believe, we are all here, I don't know the number, but we can really, when we decide to take action, then the impact will be felt. And if anyone really wants to have a conversation with me, reach out, I'm just around, we can have a conversation. I'm open to share whatever I have with anyone who really wants to align in terms of anything, just taking the steps of life. I believe we are all here to help one another. Man is not an island, and I really am passionate about the youth, and that's why I'm always in music, I teach, I do so much. Fashion also is one of the passions that I do, and I really hope that from here onwards there'll be a lot more and a lot of impact. And we hope for a longer session next time, a more interactive session.
I hope they hear you.
Gloria, Susan, wherever you are, so because of time, I know, so that we are able to engage, we're able to sit even and see what can we come up with. And guys, by the way, again, about mental health, make sure you have a good support system. It's all about the support system. As she said, if maybe you don't have a good support system in the four walls of your home, get a proper support system. Because I know it's tough out there, but when you get a good support system, then life will be easy. You'll be able to, people will be able to hold your hand. Other than that, thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have been daring enough to create our own curriculum. A youth was once a child. So our curriculum is dealing with children from the age of 2 all the way to beyond 25, 30. If you have time of a lunch hour, you could take a walk. You will find our little children in one of the tents somewhere. They'll be displaying how we are teaching them to innovate, how we are teaching them to think. Even the creation of the curriculum in itself is an African innovation because we are using African principles to do that. So you're very welcome to our stand. Therefore, I am not closing because I am hoping that we shall meet out there. Asanteni sana.
Thank you.
Kila mtu ako sawa. So I'll close with 2 different thoughts. Myself on a personal level, just to encourage you, because I can hear from a lot of the people here some sense of discouragement from the society we have created. I am barely out of the, so technically I might still be youth, I'm barely out of the youth bracket. When I started my first job when I was just about to finish my first degree. And my first job, I got it through someone who came to our high school. So when I was in high school, you know how this type of thing, in high schools you always have like mentors who come to speak to you. So I was just curious and I took this person's number and I was like, I'll just keep it because ideally in high school I didn't even have the forethought to think of what this would mean. So I finished high school. Years later when I was in university, I had like a gap period. So I just reached out and I was like, can I do something? I didn't think of the income. I didn't think of anything. I was just like, I'm about to finish university. I have 0 experience. I don't know anything about this market. And I was like, can I come and just do something? So the organization is called Junior Achievement. And I went there on internship and I was there for months. And when I went, I wasn't even expecting to get even transport. I was just like, I need to learn something. So I would say you also have to like take the initiative because it pays out when you follow those leads. You might not know where that lead will take you now, but just make sure you're taking advantage of these forums to get those networks. And then maybe in the future when it finally, clicks, or maybe it will click today, but there's always something that will come out from engagement and just having a network of people who can pour into you. When I started the position I sit in now, somebody earlier talked about you never stop learning. The number of online classes I have had to take to learn the 101 jobs that the CEO position holds, I probably would never, I would maybe still be in school if I had to learn all these different functionalities. So I would say as much as you're getting all this information, you're also noticing some gaps. Also take the time to like research, what can I learn more? What can I bring to the table more? So that when you have that engagement with a potential employer, you're bringing so much more than just what you would have expected to get from an education system. When you're engaging with the guys in the tents outside, she mentioned she'll be there. I hope somebody will step in to ask questions, get more information. So that is my contribution for somebody who needs that encouragement. And for the organization, we had students from Tangaza University coming to 11 Kicking. We're not so far away. So whenever you want to come and just learn about the model, get some ideas, how you can be able to create a social enterprise or do a business model, you're always welcome to visit. And you're able to get, different ideas of what you can do. So I hope from this we can be a bit positive, boy child. You are not born alone, so don't let this societal construction limit you because you are born with girls, or your cousin is a girl, so it always seems crazy to me when we separate people who are born in the same household. So we have to help each other out.
Thank you. We really appreciate your expertise. I think this has been warm. a very warm panel. I think there is a certain level of positivity, and I hope our young people walk out with that. And one of the things that I'll say to the young people, three things, and I want you to repeat. It's just 3 things. One of them is self-support. Ati nini? Self-support. The second one is self-responsibility. And the third one is action. Sawa sawa? So if you wake up in the morning unasikia uwezi amuka, kumbuka, I need to self-support myself, I need to take responsibility of what I do, and I need to act. Si tunaweza walk na hiyo leo? Thank you and God bless.
Wow. Let's appreciate our panelists. Just before you go, we want to gift you. So let me invite Martha, who will be doing the gifting to our panelists. And I'll see Mr. Henry after this, because there's somewhere I went to sing. Yeah? They go down there? Okay. There's somewhere I went to sing, but they told me ni jaribu masomo. I don't know, but I use my talent in the bathroom.
Self-support, self-responsibility,
action. Thank you very much. That was mine. Let's appreciate our panelists. Okay. Martha will be helping us do that. So let me call upon my co-MC to help me with this. Okay, first off, we'll start with Henry Wanjala, who's already there, the boy child. Let's appreciate him. Boy child is empowered, first everywhere. It shall come to pass. Followed by Sheba. Yes, let's appreciate her better. Thank you. Followed by Miss Njeri Nganga. Let's appreciate her. Amazing. Now, a round of applause to all our panelists and even our moderator for today. Forgive me. Please go back so that I bring you with. Now we need to appreciate her better. Forgive me for that. Boy child. Save the boy child. Protect fatherhood. Wow. Save the boy child. And let's appreciate Rosemary, who has been the moderator for this panel session. Thank you. So our next one, who will have 5 minutes, is okay, we can have one photo for the panelist as I call upon the next person. If you are a panelist, kindly, yes. As they do that, I would like to invite next on stage Romanas. Rosemary, it seems like the Save the Boy Child has really caught up with me. So we'll have Romanas Opio from Environmental Institute. Romanas Opio from Environmental Institute. Let's appreciate Mr. Romanas as he makes his way on stage.
Okay. So thank you, MC, for giving me this opportunity. Sorry, I was supposed to do this earlier, but I had other pressing engagement. So I'm Romanas Opio from Stockholm Environment Institute. Just to say about the institute, Stockholm Environment Institute is an international non-profit research institute with the headquarters in Stockholm, Sweden, but as we are in Nairobi, the Nairobi office covers entire Africa. So we do a lot of research, environmental-related research, to inform policy. So research, policy, dialogue, that's our area. Maybe you might be wondering why Stockholm Environment Institute is here. Yeah, we work a lot with young people in terms of driving and also championing environmental agenda across Africa through UNEA processes, this is the United Nations Environmental Assembly, and other processes, including, I think I don't know whether SINESA group is here, because Catholic Youth Network for Environmental Sustainability work close to them. Maybe because I've been given just 5 minutes, just introduction in terms of SCI. Maybe just to look at, just following up what Henry and the team have been discussing here about youth and also opportunities, especially looking at talents. So I just want to summarize my points of interaction. One, that for us to harness youth talents, we must also have a clear way of identifying these talents. Because at times, if we don't have a structured way of identifying these talents, we lose out a lot of people in the process. Most of African way of doing things is informal, but you need to formalize this so that these talents are identified in a more structured manner. The second thing we need to look at is the incubation, investing in incubation and harnessing of these talents. How do you incubate to make sure that these people, once they are gotten, when they are raw, how do you ensure that we don't lose this talent so that they can increase and also improve in an incremental manner? So incubation becomes very important. Yeah? And here, this is where maybe I might want to talk about what the gentleman raised about mental health. It's important to be realistic in terms of your expectations, because at times when you miss out that, then you find you start putting a lot of pressure on yourself. And one of the most contributor to this is the social media, in terms of how do you protect your private space and public space. You need to learn to do that as a youth, because those are the major sources of mental health and also mental stress. The third thing which you need to look at is the issue of enterprise platforms. How do we create this platform? Henry here is talented. So if somebody wants to be maybe a musician, how do you start? What are the platforms? And also, at times, youth miss out because of brokers. We have brokers. So how do they patent all these talents so that they are protected progressively? And here we normally work closely with the sports federation, like Athletics Kenya, National Olympic Committee of Kenya, and others, just to see how do we ensure that we brand our athletes in a certain manner so that they're able to communicate well, but also issue of financial management and other aspects. So it's very, very important to have these incubation platforms so that they are harnessed in a progressive manner. The fourth thing is the issue of legal and policy framework, so that it's not an ad hoc exercise. We must also invest in coming up with youth-friendly policies which can enable to protect their talents and also help them to grow these talents and also in a progressive manner. Because in most time when we rely on goodwill of a government or of a leader, then when things change, then we lose it. We totally lose it. So we need to have a structured way of engaging in terms of policy and legal evolution. Another aspect, which is fifth, is research and development to identify continuously what is coming. Because nowadays we're in the digital platform, the digital world. Things keeps on changing. So whatever people were doing 5 years ago is no longer fashionable now. So we need also to invest in research and development. That's where institutions like Tangaza and other universities and even other small academies can contribute to ensure that we link this research and development. So in conclusion, I have some few conclusion remarks just to ensure that I finish. One, I'd say that as we invest in sports and this creative space, we should not also lose focus of affirmative action. You've had the issue of gender lens, you've had the issue of rural-urban, the issue of income. We need to make sure that we also support affirmative action so that all youth are able to benefit in those particular spaces. Second thing, which most of us take for granted, discipline. Discipline is the foundation of everything. Even if you're talented, you've seen even the soccer players, the athletes who are not disciplined. How do they end? So it's important, even as you're talented, try to invest in discipline, because discipline is the foundation of everything. Thirdly, it's important also to invest in network and collaboration. Your network is your net worth. Yeah. If people want to know how much you cost or how much your price, is based on your network. So your network is your net worth. As a youth, make sure that you embrace this and focus on that. I think also the last thing, because youth will require space. So there must be deliberate effort to plan and provide talent, spaces, and facilities and infrastructure to support talent. Otherwise, you cannot build this thing on a quicksand. So in terms of your leaders, make sure that whenever planning is being done, your voice must be taken into consideration so that you can have spaces for practicing, spaces for competing, so that you're able to develop those things. Otherwise, if you don't have those facilities and infrastructure, we might not go far. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention, and sorry for coming late. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Romanus, for sharing those words with us. How are you guys feeling? How are you feeling? Awesome. What other word is there to describe how you're feeling apart from awesome? Sorry? Are you hungry? You look hungry. What's happening? Okay, before we move into our next panel session, one of the discussions today is around leveraging technology and social media and branding ourselves. So, how many of us here have smartphones? Please raise your hand if you have a smartphone. Can you do me a favor and get out that smartphone and hold it in your hand and put it up? Let me just see how many of you. Okay, so please open your cameras. Open the cameras. Wale wa Kabambe, we cannot help you right now. We will be back. Smartphones, please open your cameras. And then do me one favor. Take a selfie of yourself. Take a selfie of yourself and post it on social media and hashtag AACOSE Youth. Within just 1 minute. Take a very nice selfie of yourself, post it on social media, hashtag AACOSE Youth. And we'll probably award people with the best selfies. 1 minute for you guys to take selfies and post on social media and hashtag AACOSE Youth. I can see the beautiful smiles. Boy child, what's happening? You don't take selfies? I thought empowerment is happening on social media. All the people I'm seeing taking selfies are girls. What is happening with the boy child? They have kabambes. Okay, thank you very much, guys. Let me take this opportunity to invite our next panelists for our next session, which is titled Green Horizons, Zero Carbon Emissions, Exploring Youth Opportunities in Sustainability. And to that end, allow me to introduce Ms. Vicky Aridi from Making Sense International, Mr. Glory Lukambo from Vijana Twaweza, and Mr. Kennedy Awoma from Catalyst 2030. And our moderator for the day, Ms. Joy Mwangi. Please come on stage for our next session. And as our panelist and moderator come up to the stage, we would also like to gift Mr. Romanus. I think I'll call upon Kendi to do us the honors of gifting Mr. Thank you very much. We will now let the moderator kickstart the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Joy Mwangi, COO and co-founder at Twiva. Delighted to be your moderator for the day. But allow me to do a fair trial to introduce my panelists today. And I start with the lady at my farthest, which is Vicky Aridi. Now, Vicky is an advisor for Green Jobs for Youth Pact by UNICEF, UNEP, and ILO. Other hats she wears is a program manager at Making Sense International. She also, at UNICEF, is able to do, sorry, let me take that again. She's also a UNICEF Generation Unlimited Global Board member and UNICEF Global Leadership Council member. And across her work, she focuses to enhance decent youth employment and entrepreneurship opportunities, including the green economy. Vicky, maybe a comment from you as we start?
No, thank you, Joy, for that introduction. I think even as I was just the panel before us and the time to take a selfie, it actually took me back to when I was in university, where I was actually told to do the same thing in a similar conference. And I was like, PR, PR, PR. Turns out that that selfie moment was meant to provide us as an opportunity to attend and work with UNICEF, but we were all thinking the same, so we didn't get that opportunity. So maybe it's also how do you harness some of these small opportunities that are available?
I like that. If I were you, I'd take that selfie again. All right. Allow me to also introduce Kennedy Auma. He is a serial entrepreneur and a problem solver. Guys, you can't wait for this man. So Kennedy, constantly on the hunt for new challenges and opportunities to make an impact, he serves as the co-founder and CEO of Youth Action Forum, as well as championing causes, and is a believer in making a difference. Kennedy, what do you have for them today?
Hello and good morning. Good afternoon. Well, your network is sitting next to you, on your right, on your left, in front of you, and at your back. If you make a mistake of not knowing those 4 persons, you have no network here today. Now, I run a youth network known as Youth Action Forum for Networking. It is a platform where your idea is your job creation for yourself as a program manager and a YAFNet. And it is good to note that a majority of the speakers that have spoken in the morning, I think we have a lot in common that we'll be sharing, but because of time, hopefully over lunch we shall do so. Thank you.
Fantastic. A clap for him. All right, and I will allow my other panelist to also introduce himself and tell us just a little bit more about what he does.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Glory Lukambo, and I've been in Kenya for the last 8 years or so, but I'm originally from the Democratic Republic of Congo. And I work at the far north of Kenya in Turkana County at Kakuma Refugee Camp, and we run agricultural activities there to support the nutrition of refugees who are living in that area. So I have a lot to share about my work and probably tell the world about some of the things that youths are doing in the Kakuma Refugee Camp.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Gloria. A clap for him as well. So allow me to start with you, Vicky. And I'm asking, could you please share with us your journey and key experiences that led you to become involved in the Green Jobs for Youth Impact Initiative?
All right. So how did I get into green jobs? Very interesting question. So I used to see on LinkedIn all the time, green jobs, green jobs. I'm like, what is that? Green jobs. And then after doing some research, I actually realized there's a big gap because only 1 in 8 people globally have the green skills they need. And having worked in the employment space with smallholder farmers, with different stakeholders, it got me thinking, how can I effectively start to contribute to this space? And so what happened is, I saw that the Green Jobs for Youth Pact was coming up, and this is a bold and unique partnership by UNICEF, ILO, and UNEP. And what we're looking to do is to create 1 million green jobs by 2030, regreen 1 million existing green jobs, and then support 10,000 green entrepreneurs to scale. Now, I don't want to be the one saying this is what we're doing, but these are the opportunities that you can leverage right now.
we have opened the calls for Be Green Africa, which is being funded by Tony Elumelu Foundation, eCare Foundation, and UNICEF, that's looking to support young green entrepreneurs with skilling at first. Following that, they can receive seed funding, mentorship, and connection to the governments. The second piece around this is we're opening the Imagine Ventures Challenge, which we've been doing on an annual basis, which provides, again, an opportunity for people who don't have an enterprise yet. You have an initiative or an idea that you can be able to come wherever you are, go through the boot camp. And we're working with local partners, even in the informal settlements, to ensure this information is reaching. And then now from there, you can receive mentorship and seed funding. And the last is that we're opening a green skills course called Sustainable Livelihoods for young people who are interested in getting in this space. So that's how I got into this space, and I've never looked back since. And actually, if you're looking for employment opportunities, this might be a space to think of tapping into, because not many people know about it. The opportunities are there, the demand is very high. So thinking about what you're doing, how can you tie into what the market demands? I think that's very critical.
I love that, and I know young people are in the room, and I think we have some entrepreneurs here, and they're asking, how do I tap into the boot camps you've just talked about? Where do I get this information? What do you have for them?
No, great question. So if you Google Be Green Africa, it should come up. If you Google Imagine Ventures, it should come up. Or if you go to UNICEF Generation Unlimited on our websites, on our social media platforms, you can see information. And because I'm also here, I'll also share my contacts, so you can follow up with me on that personal level. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I do appreciate, and I'll go to Gloria, that you're working with young people and refugees at that. So please tell us, what inspired you to co-found Vijana Twaweza Club, and how has your experience in Kakuma refugee camp shaped your approach to social entrepreneurship?
Thank you very much. I arrived in Kenya in the year 2016, and I came from my country looking for better opportunities in Eastern Africa, and I happened to go to Moi University in Eldoret, but unfortunately for some reasons my paper weren't acceptable because it was like a foreign country and the likes, and I had to go through a lot of processes to get myself admitted in the university. And there I met the Jesuit brothers, and I started working with them in Kakuma. And in Kakuma refugee camp, I realized that unfortunately for some reasons, people are put in a refugee camp, and there's a lot of policies that were meant to keep them safe, but unfortunately these policies create a lot of problems. As a result, people unfortunately face a lot of challenges, and one of these challenges is hunger. There is an organization there, the World Food Program, that would give people food on a monthly basis. But unfortunately, for some reasons, they're facing challenges to get funded, and as a result, the amount of food they would provide kept going down. And being in the refugee camp, I felt how that would mean, because it meant people going to bed hungry. It meant people struggling to fight over the little food which were available. And I was very young at that time, barely 19 or 20 years. So together with some refugees in the refugee camp, we came about and we said, what can we do to solve this problem? And we started farming. We started doing fish farming. That's why at the back of my shirt it's written Fishing the Desert. It's also because Kakuma is a desertic region, so it's a little bit difficult there to see rains and the likes. Water is very scarce, despite the fact that we have a very big aquifer under our feet in the refugee camp. So we started doing fish farming, we started doing crop farming to get food for the people that were living around us. But the beautiful thing with that innovation was that we were doing this to get food for the youth that we gathered, but it happened to become an incoming generative activity because there are people who'd come to buy the product we were producing. And as a result, we got to inspire many other youths. And yeah, so it became more of like a dual activity, like we would do what we do, not only to provide food, but also to generate incomes and to get youths employed and to solve some of the many problems that people face there.
And we do applaud you for trying to make a difference, not trying to, actually making a difference to the refugees. Please, a clap for him. And maybe the question I'd ask you, you do have organizations that are seated here, you do have the youth who are saying, hey, I'd love to volunteer and be part of what you're doing. How can they plug in?
Maybe before I answer the question, I'd like just to direct another message to youths. What I would say is that we have a lot of problems around us, and the many problems we have are equal to the number of opportunities we have around us. So just you to look at which problem you're interested in and do something to solve that problem, and it's the way to go. Now, talking about organizations, unfortunately, there are a lot of biases around the word refugee, a lot of biases around the places where we come from, and that definitely makes it so difficult for refugee-led organizations, for community-based organizations in that region to get trusted, to get funded, to get supported. But for us at Vijana Sweza Club, we're available on the social media. So if you just write Vijana Sweza Club, you'll see us and we can get in contact. And we are very open to receive mentorship, to receive any form of support available, because definitely the more we get supported, the more problems we solve in the refugee camp. And it's not only us, there are many, many more organizations in the refugee camp which are trying to solve problems, but unfortunately they don't get the exposure they need, they don't get the support they need because of the policies in place, but also because of the context they find themselves obliged to live in. Yep.
Thank you so much. I go to you, Mr. Kennedy. Now, you are the CEO and co-founder for Youth Action Forum for Networking. And I want to know, tell us a bit more about your organization and how you're supporting the youth as far as empowering them. I know you also work with women and PWDs.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, Youth Action Forum for Networking, how it came about, in 2008, I found myself drafting the national youth policy for Kenya back then, before devolution. And after devolution, I found myself also coming up with a youth employment summit that was in Nairobi then. And when the devolution actually came to pass, I was the first chief officer for Health Kenya under Machakos County government, and implementing the policy by then under the Machakos governor, and putting an ambulance in every location and a hospital, a community hospital in every ward. So after my term was over, I was like, now, with all these things, then what do I do with myself? There's this Swahili saying that says, if you're not taught by your mom, you'll be taught by who? By the world. So since my mom died when I was born, we remained with the world. So I didn't wait for the world to come and teach me. So I went to the world to get my knowledge. So at the streets of Nairobi, there are very many vendors selling books. And a very good book goes for 20 shillings, 200 shillings, 300 shillings. If you go on Amazon, you get for 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. So my house is a book of libraries. So I came up with Youth Action Forum for Networking, which is a women-led, boy childs. Yeah, it's a women-led a program, registered as limited by guarantee. That means we have no shares. We are currently working in 20 counties in Kenya, targeting 25 through medium, small, micro enterprise authority. And the reason why we are doing this is so that we don't become job seekers. We are job creators. So YAFNET is a platform where you come with your idea and tell us what you want to achieve as an individual. We create for you a logo for it. We give you the vision as you're seeing it, and you become the program manager of it. We have 10 programs, and we registered as a cooperative society, so we have YAFNET Circle. If you want to join us, you must save so that you can know how to borrow and how to invest. And we have YAFNET Safaris. For those of us who will be coming here for AACOSE 8, don't use any other safaris but YAFNET Safaris. That's how we create employment for our young people. And we have 10 programs. One more program that we love is we take nurses abroad in 5 countries under Nurses Without Borders. If you see them online, that is us. And now, beginning, I think, in the next 2 weeks, we are making organic fertilizer using fish, molasses, and water, rice wash, milk, and water, and seaweed. And we are able to do this across the 18 counties that we are in, so that each and every person can create an income for themselves. Monday, we'll be in Samburu distributing solar lamps to children in grade 5, 8, 7, and 8. They use firewood to read at night. They use firewood to cook and lighten the house. If you go to those informal, marginalized communities, you will not have this ambience of light and everything. So as YAFNET, we have YAFNET Marsabit, YAFNET Kajiado, YAFNET Mombasa. So we work with them to tell us what the challenges are, and we work through them to ensure that they mitigate the gaps in their communities.
I love that. So championing young people, a clap for him. Championing young people to stop being job seekers and begin to be job creators. Fantastic. Now the conversation, I take it back to Vicky, is zero carbon emission. Now my question to you is, what are the primary goals of the Green Jobs Initiative, and how does it aim to achieve the zero carbon emissions?
No, that's a good question. So with the initiative, we're seeing how we can get to net zero carbon emissions, but through the avenue of skills and employment. So we're looking at the ecosystem within the continent and seeing what are the viable opportunities through public-private youth partnerships to create green jobs for young people. How can we work with the governments to ensure that across the education systems, from the TVETs to the universities, that green skills are starting to be inculcated into the curriculum. Remember, even as we think about education, we have to see where is the world going 10 years from now? What does the future of work look like for young people? So how can we efficiently equip our systems for that? And really the third tier is around engagement, and looking at engagement on a number of fronts. So with governments, recently we had with our Kenyan government the National Green Jobs Workshop in May, and that was to lay the foundation to start to create the National Green Jobs Policy Framework for this country. And a big part of that is creating jobs for young people. And even as we move forward to the National Green Summit, which is meant to be in September, we're looking for young people who can come to the table and tell the government, these are the kind of opportunities we want to see. This is how we want the landscape to be. And this is how we really want the future of work to look like for us. Because we're the majority, yet still, when it comes to the co-creation of policies at that level, we are the minority, yet it's affecting us. And then the last piece is really on entrepreneurship. So we're looking at a big challenge for entrepreneurs is, first of all, the skills. The second is the seed funding. The third is the scale and the sustainability. A lot of programs, unfortunately, are saying, we'll give these small funds, you run with it. But we're starting to see how can we bring on board private sector? How can we bring on board other institutions to really take it to the next level of scale? And of course, across our work, how can we get to the harder to reach young people? Because if we're not reaching the harder to reach young people, then what are we doing with our programming? So that's how we're looking at getting to net zero, through that three-pronged approach: skills, employment and entrepreneurship, and engagement, with inclusion at the center. Yeah.
Mr. Gloria, I take it from Vicky, and I'm asking you, what role do the 3-0 Club play in your overall strategy to achieve the zero carbon emission, zero wealth concentration, and zero unemployment?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. In Kakuma Refugee Camp, we have right now a number of 3-0 clubs that we have been supporting at Vijana Swaheza. I know of 5 that we have been trying to create, inspiring youth to create these initiatives. And our work really cut a lot carbon emission. For instance, 95% of the food that people would consume in Kakuma Refugee Camp would come from Kitale. I'm not talking about the food from the World Food Program. I'm talking about sukuma, mahindi, anything else that we would consume would come from Kitale. And there are more than 500,000 people living in Kakuma Refugee Camp and the neighborhood. Like, I mean, the refugees, it's about 250,000, and the Turkana people around the region. So we're about 500,000 people living in one place, where people are not producing crops because of the climate, where the natives are nomadic because they rear cattle, so they have to go where there is water, so they're not necessarily stable in one place. But unfortunately, the refugees cannot move with them. because they're not allowed to go outside the camp except if they have a permit. So we would rely a lot to Trans Nzoia County, and every single thing you would eat, some people would have to transport it with big lorries, which would emit a lot of carbon. So we learned that it would be a very good initiative to get refugees to produce their own food. So as a result, the fish we produce, the crop we produce it in the camp, and it gets consumed in the camp. It doesn't get to be transported by a vehicle to the market. So that's a big way we're actually reducing the emission of carbon, but also employing people, because definitely youth come to work. And one of the 3-0 clubs that we are having in the refugee camp is currently working on a program to teach refugee women on simple things like poultry farming and providing them with poultry so they start rearing poultry, and that will help them definitely get food for their families. And it will definitely reduce the number of birds they would have to get from Trans Nzoia and from other places in Kenya. So I think that's wonderful, and yeah, that's what we do.
All right, thank you. Now to you, Mr. Kennedy, my question comes as, how does YAFNET integrate sustainability into initiatives to contribute to zero carbon emission?
Thank you very much. Now I'll give 3 examples. The very first one, we have a group in Nairobi that is an Eastlands. They manufacture briquettes, and they also manufacture the machine that makes the briquettes. So in 2021, they actually got an award from Total for being the best, not because they make the best briquettes, but because they make the machine that makes the briquettes. So everybody will say, why do you make machines for others instead of just being in the business alone? But we said, no, if you're only one person making briquettes, then the number of trees that will be cut so that the amount of charcoal to be produced will still go up. So let as many people have the machine making briquettes so that we don't cut as many trees. So she delivered, I think, up to Uganda, Rwanda, and by the time we were getting the award, I believe less trees were being cut by then. Number 2 is the production of the organic 100% fertilizer. We are not using any chemicals, as we know that chemicals are made through high intensive heat. And this one, we only use decomposition. So from YAFNET Mombasa, they collect the seaweeds for us. We soak them for like 4 weeks. And that is a very good nutrient full of phosphorus for the maize from Trans Nzoia and Kakuma, right? Yeah, so we'll talk because it gives 160% increase of your produce. And this one we've seen because of how we've gone around the country, seeing the traditional meals in terms of the food, not only sukumas, but also other traditional, they have a lot of leaves, and those leaves are what now we consume as food. So the production of the organic fertilizers, the production of briquettes, now I believe these help us to not use machines that emit as much carbon. And then number 3, everybody is eating French fries, and KFC is going all over, and they need potatoes, right? How many are farming potatoes in the audience? How many are planting potatoes? 0. Now, potatoes will give you 3 times carbon credit, right? And you only use a very small piece of land. It takes 3 months to mature. So a potato will give you how many seasons of harvest? 3, 4? Yeah, 3 months to mature. So there are 4. So imagine 4 times carbon credit coming to you in Trans Nzoia and Kakuma. Carbon credit, right? Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you. As we take our last questions, before we open it back to the crowd for question and answer, Vicky, what advice would you give the young people who are passionate about sustainability and want to make a career in this field? Because you're saying, hey, you're looking to get into a career, this is the zone to get into.
Yeah, and I think I'll answer the question by really sharing a more personal story. So I remember for myself when I was in university, you're thinking about the job market and you're like, where am I going to get this job? Because the competition is stiff. By profession, I'm a lawyer, but I'm now in a different space. So I used to see the opportunities in the legal space. I'm like, it's not for me. it's not for me. So I need to think about how I'm going to change. And so when you're in university, something that people don't tell you is the things you do with your free time, the conferences you go for, when you have holidays, how can you leverage those holidays for opportunities, make a difference? So what I used to do was, anytime I used to see opportunities for research assistant for a lecturer, I'd go volunteer myself even though I don't know what the topic is about. I'll learn on the job. At some point, in first year, I taught in the prisons. I was like, I used to tell my parents, they were like, what do you mean you're teaching in the prisons? What do you mean? And then building your network. I can't emphasize this enough, because in university, that conference I'm mentioning that we refused to do photos, it seems all of us were thinking the same. So after that, what happened actually is the UNICEF guy reached out and he was looking for some random conference. And you know, being me, I'm like, let me just help this guy. So I went online myself, found the conference and connected him to the organizers. The next thing he's like, please send me your email. I was invited for a round table with the senior leadership of UNICEF. So now I'm in the room. When I was in the room, I decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pitch myself. So I pitched what I could do, you know, a bit of my experience. The head of UNICEF advocacy team was like, can you come on Monday? Let's talk about how you can start working with us. So opportunities come in the weirdest of places. So how do you critically leverage your networks? How do you use the spaces that are available? And don't be afraid to pitch yourself. I used to go brand myself, I'm this, and I confidently say, this is what I can do, and this is what I'm willing to learn. That confidence goes a long way. And there's some people who will tell you no in this space, and that's fine. If the door closes, open, look for another door and hit harder. So you're like, they said no. Why did they say no? Hit harder on the next door. And then use spaces like this, all the people who've spoken here. That's a key you've been given to potentially open a door. See how you can leverage it. And I know I've sidetracked from sustainability, so I'm going to your question. And so really, to get into sustainability, someone might be asking, how do I even get started? I think the simple thing is trying to see, for instance, what am I interested in? So first map out what you're interested in, and then trying to see, is there a potential green skill I can leverage? And there's some resources you can use for this. There's the LinkedIn Global Skills Graph report. There's a report by ILO which starts to map out the different green skills. And I mentioned we also have a sustainability course that's just meant to open to young people the potential. So start looking at that. Then the second thing, look at trends. Look at the trends. In Kenya, what we're starting to see, the high impact sectors for greener in the agriculture value chains, in the waste management and the circular economy, and in research. So if those are the high impact sectors you're starting to see, start seeing, is that an area of interest? Another thing, even when you look at this space of sustainability, job creation and entrepreneurship are still of interest. So seeing, are there opportunities? And then the last thing, I know a lot of the times for young people we're told to be entrepreneurs, but I also want to throw another spanner, is that not all of us can be entrepreneurs. And that's something we need also as people on this other side to be cognizant of. Not all young people can create jobs. So how do we ensure that these high impact sectors, these new sectors like the green economy, the digital economy, we can ensure that young people are there? I think that's also important. So beyond entrepreneurs, people like me who know that, entrepreneurship is not for me, how can we also get those spaces? I think is important to have those conversations.
I love that. Dare to show up and be consistent in showing up. Thank you. To Gloria, your last remarks towards the lessons you have learned from your work, and how can that be applied to the refugee setting or to marginalized communities, and also tell the young people something to encourage them as a founder of your own business.
Thank you very much for that good question. What I will say is that, honestly, it may seem a little bit easy to speak about the journey, but when you're really in there, it's a little bit difficult. And it's reached a point where you say, hey, intaweza kweli. But what I will say is that somebody, a great speaker this morning, spoke about being near the swimming pool so that you get that push. Place yourself well. And somebody else just this week spoke to me about something called the red car. Like if you stand in front of a street, many vehicles will pass, you won't notice red cars passing. But if you put in your mind the idea of counting how many red cars will pass, you'll start noticing that there are actually too many. So there are a lot of opportunities around us. It needs us to have a mindset to see and tap into those opportunities. And the truth is, social entrepreneurship is hard. It is challenging because it's meant on certain days that we would disagree with people. We would have long meetings even at night. In Kakuma refugee camp, people don't walk at night because of the insecurity in the area, but we would go to a friend's home and spend the night there and discuss. And we would realize that there is only one person with a laptop. People in Nairobi are lucky, there is Wi-Fi everywhere and there are laptops everywhere. So you'd get a group of 15 people and only one person has a laptop, and you have all of you choose that laptop to really get the job done. By trying to solve problems, you face challenges, but the right mindset will definitely get you to solve most of these challenges. So it's all about you placing yourself right and trying to find that red car. Something else that I say is that people are working hard and they need the people to push them. So if you have the possibility to push them, why don't you push them? This goes to the government with a lot of policies which are great, basically good ideas, but if we're not seeing the impact of these good ideas, then sometimes we need to change certain things. There's a lot of plans coming to Kakuma, but we don't see changes on the ground. There are a lot of people coming to invest in Kakuma, but they don't necessarily trust refugee-led organizations. So I think when people place themselves at the right place, they need also that push, be it they're in Kakuma, in Nairobi, or elsewhere in the country. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kennedy, your part in short. And how can the young people plug into YAFNET?
How do you plug into the platform of YAFNET? Now, when I served as the Chief Officer for Health, I only served for 5 months because I think I was told I was running too fast. Then I was taken to tourism and sports, which I never studied. But while there, we met with the UNESCO team, and I gave, I think, my all. In life, there are 3 animals that I associate myself with. You have the mind of a cat. You have to be very curious in everything that you do. Bring a box in a house, the cat will be the first one to check it out. If it likes it, it will sleep on it. Have the nose of a dog. Is this good? Is it for food or for keeping away? Then have the ability of a rat. Know when to leave your hole. Don't just stay in that hole and then we'll all sing mental health. Get out and network with us. Amen? Through UNESCO, we went to France, I think, and they paid for everything. So for you to tap into YAFNET, it is a platform, and any other platform, and I believe we'll touch base, all of us. We are online, yafnet.co.ke. You'll find us there. We work with Catalyst 2030, and they're here. We have partners in the UK. They're also looking to partner with you, LifeWorks Global, and many others. So feel free, as we share. We don't keep everything to ourselves. Africa is bigger than all the continents in the world, and we have all the land to invest. Please come.
All right, thank you. I know we're anticipating some yummy in our tummy. Maybe I can take 2 questions, just 2. All right, and she shot her hand, so the lady in red, I'll definitely take that, and I can take 1 here. Nimesikia boy child anasema tunawaacha nje, and it's only ladies who have questions. Is there a gentleman? Absolutely, in yellow. Oops, no. So there's the lady in red, she went first, and the gentleman at the back in yellow. If you'd like, we can take 3 and she can answer. She can ask a question.
So my name is Lydia. My name is Lydia Kaleche, representing Youth for Nature and the Inuka program, and also Africa Climate Environment Foundation. It is in the South Coast. So mine is not a question, it is a comment. I think it's the best forum for me for this year because I've already seen somewhere I'm going to invest my seaweed. So yeah, thank you.
Oh, fantastic.
Hi, my My name is Gladys. I come from Kisumu, actually United Destiny Shepherds. We are an organization that deals in green skills. My question goes to Vicky. I wanted to ask about, there are a lot of trainings that go around training young people, then they're supposed to be TOTs to train of trainees. Then once they train the farmers, they disappear. Such programs, there's so many programs in the informal settlement if you've come down there. So my question is, sustainability of this kind of programs, what are we supposed to do? Because following up as an organization, yes, we are connected to these organizations, but they later disappear. What is the long-lasting effect for our farmers?
All right, thank you for your question.
Who is the boy child?
Vicky, do you want to take it?
Good afternoon. Bravin Ndia. We are talking about zero carbon emissions, and one of the strategies that was implemented in a way to eliminate carbon was introduction of electric cars. So there's a discussion that's being omitted. We are assuming it, and that's a discussion of the batteries used in these cars. In one way or the other, they will get to expire or they'll get to be damaged, and the result is that they are coming back to the environment. This is affecting our environment. How are you, what are the steps made to curb this? And when are you starting discussions about that? Secondly, still talking about environment, I'm very passionate about environment. There are mining that's going on. Currently, most recent one was in Embu, the mining of coltan. And you see, the lack of information is a very dangerous thing. So people in the village lack the information. So what they are going after is money. And as they are going for money, they don't care on what is happening to the environment. And you get that they get deeply into mining to get money and forgetting about the environment, and hence we are increasing the carbon. What the plans or the strategies you are having to create awareness or create information to the village people? Because another thing we've been having is assumptions. Just like almost 100% of us here have smartphones. So we all assume that people from the village also have smartphones, and they get the access to the information, which is totally not true. So what are the strategies you're having to reach out to them? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I think I will close it there, if you permit me. And gentlemen, we will try to answer your question, though we're not the manufacturers of the vehicles. I can start with Vicky.
I think there's a lot of expertise in the room, so we should have been sitting on that side. Some of you should have been on this side. But just to take a stab at one or two of the questions, thank you for that question. And I think it's an integral question, because when we look at a lot of programming, it's always good when we're doing the training, the TOTs. After the TOTs, it's back to default settings. So it's like nothing really happened. And I think, so I'll tackle it from two senses. The first thing, when you're looking at designing programs and giving people the space to run programs after you've left, I think there's that aspect of you have to give people their, I don't want to use their empowerment, but their own space to run the programs. But how you can mitigate that is right from the start when you're building the programs, ensuring that the program design caters for four things. One, sustainability.
And you ensure that you're creating that right from the get-go with your different frameworks. So ensuring what do you need to do in your metrics to ensure there's sustainability. Number two, a lot of our programs, if you look at them, it's quick programs. We come, everyone is doing a training. I'm sure you can say in Kakuma refugee camp, there are X number of NGOs all doing the same trainings, all doing the same things. But how do you now ensure that when you're designing your trainings, that they're contributing to what we're calling systems change? So that's long-lasting change, not change that the training is done and that's it, but ensuring when you're designing it, you're having those elements of systems change. The third thing is giving the program beneficiaries agency to be part of that design right from the get-go, to be part of the process, so that they also know that when you finish, this is how you should continue. Because a lot of the times we're assuming that a 2-day training will sort all of the issues. And then the last thing is root causes. I think when we're doing a lot of our programming, we're thinking of solving problems at the tertiary level. We're not addressing the root causes. So what you find is that your program is addressing a small part, but not the root causes. So you keep coming back to do the same training. And then the last thing is, for any program you're doing at the grassroots level, you need local champions who can continue to advocate and work with the authorities present for that change. Of course, there are other issues that because of the position I sit in, I can't talk about, but I think it's important to use that as a scale and a framework. I think you mentioned something important about the question on mining. Mining is a very contentious topic, especially when we're talking about the space right now, because as you know, there are human rights abuses in mining, there are environmental rights challenges, and so I'm being told time, so I'll pass the mic.
I will first do the electric cars. Now, at Yafnet, we have electric bikes, and they have batteries. And the manufacturers of these batteries have no idea what they will do with the batteries, right? And the life of a battery is 2 years. So it now came to us to have that mind of a cat to look at this battery, what are the components that are in this battery? And we got a partner who can actually harvest the components of this battery back to another use. They can remove the zincs and the coppers and everything in this battery. So it is now up to us to think outside of the box we are in to know how best can we leverage on the knowledge that we've been given. So if you look at Kenya, we don't have as many electric cars and buses because of the challenges of who will be the garage mechanics, or where will we get the body parts and things like that. So those are policy and guidelines. And I think the next is now to sit with government bodies and see, when we are called to be in public participations and you see them in newspapers, don't pass them. Go and sit in that public participation, listen to what the government is saying, and give your voice. TOTs. TOTs, the first day we come with budgets. The second day we have no budget, right? But once that budget is consumed, the owner of that NGO has a car, has a land, has a good lifestyle, and then the program ends, right? But if we are able to look into the tomorrow of your program, don't go first to buy the fast fading capital. We call them dead capitals, right? Once you buy the car, you will need fuel, you will need maintenance, you will need storage, you will need security. So invest in your community, and then those cars will come.
All right, thank you. The mind of a cat, the nose of a dog, and the intelligence of a rat. That has been our time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our panel. Can we give them one other round of applause? Please don't go back. I would like to call Shazib to come and award our panelists. We'll start with Mr. Henry. Oh, sorry. We'll start with Miss Vicky Aridi. Mr. Glory Lukambo. Kennedy Auma. And finally, our moderator, Ms. Joy Mwangi. Could you come take a photo with Shazib? A photo? Yes, panelists and the moderator. So we're about to head out for lunch, but before we do, I would like to notify you that number one, our lunch will be quite brief, just 20 minutes because we're really running behind time. And then after, yes, like I asked you in the morning, please try to see how fast you can eat, just in case you find yourself in an eating competition someday, you can be able to win that one. So we will have breakout sessions. So after the lunch, please don't come back here. We are going to go for our breakout sessions. And Emmanuel, I don't know if it's possible to help put that up there. Room B2 will have the funding for social innovation, donor preparedness, strategic partnership. And then room B3 will have impact sharing, personal branding. And then room B12 will have impact incubation. So whichever one of those topics interests you, please after lunch, head to those rooms for the breakout sessions, after which we will be back here for our final sessions. And lastly, there is a gentleman called John Ngugi Munyeri. You've lost your ID. Please, if this belongs to you, come to the technical team desk and pick it. Also, please, as you go for lunch, feel free to pass by the exhibitions and the art gallery briefly and check it out, then go for lunch. Thank you very much.
To live for love it is. Everybody keep on throwing stones. Nobody knows the pain she's going through. Daily, daily he chats to mouth, hand to mouth has been the routine. She's afraid to live for love it is. No, 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 no. Society rejection has been the message along the street. People keep on throwing stones. Everybody claims a boy child is a thief along the street. Nobody wants to give a listening ear to the concept of the society. We are afraid to live for love it is. We are. Tip, 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 tippity bitty bee do 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 do. Mothers are crying, the sons and mothers down the street. Oh, mothers are complaining, daughters getting pregnant and no father figure in the family. Oh, we are afraid.
Let's appreciate him better. Let's appreciate him better. Amen. I also want to try. I believe this is one of my talents. AACOSE. Do you believe I can do this? I can actually do it. I was told to be confident. I was told that I can do it. I'm a winner. Hey, let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him. Nice, nice, nice. Thank you. I believe I can also sing.
Hello, everyone. I'm going just to be quick. So we have Youth Alliance Network is an initiative that was started by Komboni Missionary Sisters. And under the Youth Alliance Network, it cuts across 11 sub-Saharan countries in Africa. So in Nairobi, Kenya, we have a group known as The Sensation. So what we do is basically simple. We use music to inspire through creating music therapy session. We are big advocates in relation to mental wellness. because beyond all the problems we have, it starts in the mental concept. I'm not so good in English, but I'm trying. So sensation incorporate art and music in addressing social ills or social based solutions. So basically about sensation, we would like to address to use performing arts as a tool for positive social transformation. So in any forum that we are, the only place, the only chance as an artist, as an actor, all I know is that through art, you can address any ill and you can portray the ill. But if I stand here and start talking about the ill, people will start being judgmental. So through art, I can be able to address it clearly. So I'm really honored, I'm really grateful, and this is a plus session for me. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
All right, we can appreciate him better than that, guys. Thank you, Anthony, for that amazing session. Yes, so briefly before we go to the next part, I'd like us, before we go to our panelists who are going to be here with us today, I'd like us to do a very simple activity, very fast, okay? If you can be on your feet, kindly, for 1 minute, kindly, just kindly, okay? Very simple one. So when I say ma, you put your hands on your head, okay? Let's try that, ma. When I say mato, you put your hands on your waist, okay? When I say mato, you mato like this, okay? Mato. Nice, we've gotten it? Ma, mato. Nice, we are ready. Sindio, we can do it very fast. Ma, mato. Higher, let's try it again. Ma, mato. Ma. My brother, I can see you. Ma, okay, mato. Ma. Yeah, thank you. You're the people I'm looking for. Okay, one more time, very fast now. Ma. Mato. I can see, people, concentration. After lunch, concentration is next to 0. No, don't say that. Okay, very fast one before we close. Ma. Mato. Haya, mato. Ma. Nice one. Thank you, my brother. Ma is here. Amazing. You can appreciate yourselves. Thank you. So at this point, we are going to go into our last panel discussion, which will be very brief. And I'd like to invite on stage very young people who are also very professional. Number one, I'd like to invite Glory Lukambo from Vijana Twaweza. Let's appreciate Glory. Yeah, you can make your way. Amazing. Let's appreciate him better. Next, we have Dominic Amanya from Kakuma Social Agri-Ventures. Yes. Dominic, let's appreciate him. Thank you. And then we have Emmanuel Lijodi from Green Horizons. Manu mwenyewe, he has been our DJ. He has been the person behind the music. So you definitely know him, and he's also a powerful young man. Okay, and next we have Gloria Wakoli. Let's appreciate her. And last but not least, we have the moderator who will be taking us through, Sheena. Let's appreciate my co-moderator who will be taking us through. If you did not know, she is from the Pearl of Africa. She's not Kenyan, but she's from the Pearl of Africa. Pearl of Africa is where exactly? If anyone can tell me. I have a suite for that. Let's have the person back there. The lady, she was first to lift up her hand. From Uganda. Nice one, you have a suite for that. So welcome, take us through.
Thank you very much. The person that guessed where I come from, could we please share the sweets together? I would like some of it.
Oh, you want a sweet?
Yes.
Okay, it's okay.
Thank you very much. Welcome back from the breakout sessions. And I'm very honored to be moderating this session today. This session, the last session of the 3-0 Youth Festival, is titled 3-0 Call to Action. We've been talking about a lot of things. We've had a lot of thematic areas. And now it's about what do we do? And stops being literal and it becomes practical. Where do we go from here after all the conversations we've had? So when do we start to act and what do we do about that? Before we delve into our conversation today, I would like the panelists to each take around just a very short time to introduce themselves and what they do, and then we can proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Gloria Wakoli. I am the Sandbox coordinator here in Tangaza University. What we do is train students in social entrepreneurship so that by the end, before they graduate, they can be able to have their social entrepreneurial ventures up and running. The catch of joining the Sandbox is that you have to be solving a problem in the society. If you're not solving a problem, I'm sorry, I can't help you. You gotta solve a problem. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emmanuel. I think most of you we've interacted before. I coordinate the 3-0 Club initiative. In the communities, we work mainly with students in the campus. It is the reason why we have this festival, and in our communities. I am also a visual artist, and I'm glad to be on this panel. Thank you.
Yes. Hi again. I'm Glory Lukambo from Kakuma Refugee Camp. I work with Vision Advisor Club, and I was here, so I don't need to introduce myself for the second time, but I'll be very happy to talk a lot about the 3-0 clubs that we're having in the refugee camp. Thank you.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Dominic Amanya. I am an alumni of social entrepreneurship from Tangaza University. I am also the founder and CEO of Kakuma Social Agri-Ventures and a member of Social Enterprise Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the panelists, for introducing yourselves and the amazing work that you do. Let's dive right into the conversation for the day. Before we go into the questions and all, could you briefly, again, in 1 minute, in the interest of time, could you please share some real-life examples of successful initiatives that you've partaken in that are addressing the 3 zeros in the various scopes of your work?
Okay. For the Sandbox specifically, I don't know how many of you have gone to the art gallery, just by a raise of hands, if you've gone to the art gallery. Yeah, and those are one of the success stories of the Sandbox. So their theme is on environment. And we have another one just outside here in the regards of mental health. Mental health was mentioned that it's a big issue within our generation. And as Sandbox, those are one of our success stories. And we have so many more. So I'm welcoming you, sorry for that, Sheena. I'm welcoming you, all of you, to join the Sandbox as well. Whether you're from Tangaza or not in Tangaza, you are welcome to join us.
Okay, for me, for the 3-0 Club, over the past 1 year, I think we've been able to see impact that we've been generating, especially with the young people. We've been able to spread the news about social entrepreneurship and social innovation to over 1,500 young people, forming over 80 clubs as per now, with young people engaging in different focus areas. Those who are here in the morning, you would have heard Shazib give a brief about how the 3-0 Club works, the different focus areas ranging from environment, digital literacy, education, WASH, and all that. But one major success story I will give is here in Tangaza, where with the students, especially from the Institute for Social Transformation, we were able to launch a waste management program here in campus, and it's been able to generate revenue that has been able to sponsor the students' academic. So for me, when I think about that, it's been a journey together with Susan. That is a success story that we've been able, our waste management, you see these, the dustbins that we have, the segregation, we were able to initiate that, and now it's fully functioning.
Great, thanks. It was last year, we were here and we learned about the 3-0 clubs, and together with Dominic, though we're not working in the same organization, created 3 3-0 clubs in Kakuma. And from those 3-0 clubs, it kind of really sparked other youths to also start similar initiatives. So now we have 5 3-0 clubs in the camp that I am aware of. There may be others that I may not necessarily be aware of. And there are 2 3-0 clubs that we're having at Vijana Tweza Club. One is working to address the issue of anemia and malnutrition among refugee children. We are farming, I'm part of that club, so we are farming Moringa oleifera. This is an idea we didn't have, but because together we came here and we started looking at which solutions can we provide to our community, so we started farming Moringa, and Moringa is a very rich crop I know people here might be aware of, and it's really doing great in the camp and it's having a very good market. Another club is currently, as I'm talking to you, providing poultry farming skills to refugee women. I spoke about that in the previous panel. And they're training refugee women, but it's not only about training, it's also about providing resources and materials for these women to continue farming and continue producing eggs and chicken meat, and it's so incredible. Yeah.
Yes, okay, yeah, from Kakuma Social Agri-Ventures, I'm happy to share that the last year I came here representing one club, and this year I can guess that I came with 3 colleagues representing various other clubs in different focus areas. Kakuma Social Agri-Ventures actually started as an initiative to address food insecurity, and currently, as we see, we had expanded to other projects such as waste management, and we also have climate action initiatives. So this is one of the success stories that we can share with Kakuma Social Agri-Ventures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All these are very, very wonderful stories. It's good to hear that young people are achieving a lot in these spaces. My question, especially to the gentleman from Kakuma, would be, being that I'm not aware, I'm not very sure if you are immigrants. Are you refugees? Are you refugees in Kenya?
I have been affected by displacement.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm living as a refugee in Kenya.
Oh, okay, and the gentleman?
Dominic Amanya is South Sudanese by nationality.
Yes.
And a legal refugee in Kenya.
Amazing. My question would be, when I look at grassroots organizations, like the kind of organizations that you are involved in, there's a lot of challenges when it comes to partnerships, especially with marginalized communities. Partnerships, funding, and collaborations, and things like that. So in what ways, I think I'm posing this question to both of you, in what ways can strategic partnerships and collaboration between donors, organizations, private sector, and government facilitate funding and also scale social innovation projects, especially for your community and your grassroots organizations?
Okay, to take from that, I believe I can share it with the story of Kakuma Social Agri-Ventures. I believe strategic partnerships play actually a vital role in developing social enterprises. And to share the story of Kakuma Social Agri-Ventures, it started as an initiative for students, actually social entrepreneurship alumni from Tangaza University in partnership with GRS. And from that, it was to source, generate income for the members. But through partnerships, the organization has grown, and it is legally registered with the government of Kenya through the Social Development Service. And actually, these partnerships has also brought numerous impacts through the organization. The agribusiness project, which was supported by Creighton University, and also Resilient Action have also come in on board with Kakuma Social Agri-Ventures to implement the agribusiness project, which has actually impacted like 900 households as per now. The residents of Kakuma 1 can testify that the impact is largely benefiting the residents of Kapumawan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominic.
And what I just want to say about that is that, truthfully, partnerships and getting donor funding has made a lot of progress in terms of helping people who are working in emergency situations. So it's a very good thing, though I'm kind of really trying to shift my mind from that, because at some point, relying too much on donors can be problematic, because it's just creates some situations where you can't work if you don't have a donor, if you don't have money. So that's very challenging. But yes, I can testify that we have received donations a couple of times. I know we have received donations from the World Food Program, from CARITAS Italiana, from Permaculture, something in the UK. We have received a donation from Credit Agricole Bank of Belgium. So we've received the donation a couple of times. And it has really made an impact, because if you look at how we started, where we started, and where we are today, many people in the refugee camp can testify that there has been a plus. Yeah. However, that plus has been there, and that's why I'm saying I need really to change and shift from that. We are also trying to look at how activities we are working on can generate income to an extent of being sustainable and keep running without donation funding, because there is a need, of course, to solve these problems. But if big organizations like the World Food Program is running out of donations, so at some point we really need to start thinking of which ways can we be able to generate income from these activities so that they keep running sustainably. That's what I can say.
Thank you very much, Gloria. That's amazing. My next question will come to you, Gloria, because you mentioned you are in the artistic space with Sandbox. My question would be, what role do culture, sports, and arts play for innovation, especially amongst
itself is the answer to this question, because you could see there's so many the people who were dancing here, the African dances, the co-founder of Boys Choir when he was here as well, and the artistic you see before you, if you can see it, all of you, these students, they came up to try and solve the issues of environment. And when they came in, the thought of how do we solve this environment issue, they didn't think of art at first. So they decided, let's try to collect the rubbish around and see if we can make something beautiful out of it. So if you look at Mandela, it's literally these wrappers of sweets. The wrappers of sweets, these ones from bottle tops, it's just trash that has been made into something beautiful. This one over here, the Uteo art over here, you can see it's pure sand. Nothing, no paint, no chemicals, nothing toxic, pure source from the earth. And in regards to culture, we, as the youth, we have a different kind of mindset. And what Brother Jonas said at the beginning of it all, when he said that we are people who can be able to change the society if we want to. With the change that we want is us who are going to make it. And I think being part of conferences like this, attending it, trying to get social capital is what is going to help us in our fields of interest.
Thank you, Gloria. My last question is to Emmanuel. And the question is, how can youth-led initiatives tangibly, the key word is tangibly, contribute to achieving the 3 zeros, that is zero unemployment, zero poverty, and zero carbon emission, in the sense of we stop talking and then we start acting? How do we implement and address or mitigate these issues?
Okay, before I get to that, I would also love to give a response on the role that arts and culture play in fostering sustainable development. As me, myself, I'm also a visual artist. I think culture gives us a sense of values and identity within ourselves, that through culture, we are able to identify ourselves that we are in this group, this is our culture, this is what we have to do. And that sense of identity, the sense of belonging that you get with culture and arts puts you in a position that you are able to actually get your way up with your initiative. So I think for me, the role that arts and culture plays, the sense of identity that it gives to you as a person. Okay. Coming to the question on how youth-led initiatives, could you come again, please? Sorry.
How can youth-led initiatives tangibly contribute to the addressing of the 3 zeros?
Okay. So first and foremost, from Professor Yunus, he has this analogy that the youth, we are the most energetic. We are the ones who have the brightest ideas. We are the ones who have the most energy to create a change in the world. And it's something that I have also embedded in myself, and throughout my work is something that I continue to see young people do. So I think the youth have a key role to play, and they are the key to sustainable development in the future. Africa has over 75% of its population young people. This is power. This is power to us. But how are we going to do this? One thing that I tend to think is key is the whole aspect of collaboration, peer-to-peer learning, because we find that we are doing so much, but we are working in silos. We have this project, you want to do it on your own. So you find the fact that we are working in silos, we have so many initiatives, we have no sense of collaboration between us young people because of the narratives that we are having around. There's a big narrative right now on individualism, that I can do something on my own, screw others. I think it's a culture that is slowly coming into us as young people, and it's really locking us out from fulfilling our potentials, because I'm able to know that Glory has this, I have this, and then we are able to create a synergy between our ideas. And once we have that, I think that's also creativity in a way, if you agree with me. His idea, my idea, we're going to merge it, and I think two is better than one. So if we can be able to embrace the whole idea of collaboration concretely, we can be able to make a difference. Another way is joining the 3-0 Club movement. We are saying you do not have to do a lot. You have to start with those little actions. You coming out of here, going to plant a tree, that's a little action you're doing, but it's going to create a major impact. So at the end of the day, we need to also start thinking within our communities, what do we do? And when we speak of communities, we don't mean the entire nation. No, your neighborhood, your classmates, your peers, your schools, your universities, that is your community. Start with that. Even your family, you are in a family of 5 people. What can you do to also make a difference in that family? So we need to start doing those small actions that generate big impact. We as young people, we should also stop. It's good to aim for the stars, but you have to start from somewhere. So take those little steps, make those little actions, and you're going to make the change that we want to see.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Unfortunately, due to the interest of time, we cannot continue this discussion. It's been brief but very insightful, and I'm very happy to hear from all of you. So in 30 seconds, please give a closing remark for this session, for this discussion.
Okay, from the sandbox, I'd simply like to say that young people have creative ideas. There are a lot of problems in Africa, within our community, and we could be the problem solvers. We do not have to wait for someone to come to us with a solution. We can be the creators of that solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
My closing remarks is, first of all, to thank every young person that is here. And my call to action is for you to take your gadget, your mobile, log into the 3-0 Club network, get yourselves 5 people, register as a 3-0 Club, and then you're going to start to make a difference. That is my call to action. Thank you. My closing remarks, rather.
Good. Thank you, everybody, for listening and being here with us. It's just going to be the same. Kindly, if you really feel like this is something you can do, then definitely you should get 4 more friends and register a 3-0 Club, and you're not going to regret it. So start where you are with what you have, and I think that's going to be a better road for everybody. Thanks.
Yes, first and foremost, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. My closing remarks on behalf of Kakuma Social Agri-Ventures actually is to encourage all the youths that start little and create your club, do an initiative, start your activities, and all will be well. Stop complaining of unemployment, because you can also create employment from your initiatives. Actually, starting with the smallest initiative can bring more impact to your community. So register and join the 3-0 global movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for our panelists, please? So we will take 2 questions, and then we will also take 2 people to kindly share with us what they think that young people can do today and put in action towards addressing the 3 zeros. So 2 questions and then 2 suggestions, please.
Question 1. Anyone else? Question?
There's a gentleman there.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, panelists. My name is Austin Waswa. I wish to direct my question to the 2 guys, my brother for other nation. So I understand that the international refugee law under Convention 1951 and Protocol 1963 outlines how the refugees are protected in a given country. So, and in that line, you've told us that you are running certain organization to help those people who are living refugees. So I would like to know, how are you protected in such a way that when you're getting those funding, you are not evacuated the next day? Because these things happen. Today, you are in good condition, then next day, things change. So for us, or for those funders who are giving you funds, for you to explain to them how sustainable a project is, are there laws that protect you in relation to that, or how are you going to manage it? Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Hello, I'm Demercy. I'm Demercy Londo. I'm very sorry. I thought, for me, I don't have a question. I wanted to comment. So I can give the microphone to one who has a question, then I'll come after and comment.
There is a gentleman behind there with his hand up.
Thank you so much. My name is William Msime. My question will go to the 2 gentlemen from Kakuma. The government, after gazetting the Refugee Act 2021, they are working on a Shirika plan, which is looking at integrating refugees in the host community. Here brings to me the biggest problem refugees are facing is employment, which has been brought about by lack of documentation. So, to you, what do you think should be done to make sure refugees can be able to access decent employment opportunities in this host community? Thank you.
All right, and now for the comments. We'll have, do we have one back here? Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Margaret, a member of YLF, Africa Youth Leadership Forum. A suggestion and also a comment for the 3-0, I'll suggest that for unemployment, I'll really like to congratulate my brother in front there for creating employment in Kakuma. I'd also like to encourage more youths to encourage their sibling. I have a sibling who is very passionate about agriculture. And back then I used to scold him. I'll be like, why the hell would you even want to do agriculture? Why don't you go for a big course like medicine? But now I really see the importance of agriculture in our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Demercy Lundo, a member of Vijana Twaweza. I'm very happy to be here because I meet people from different nationalities and we've learned so many things. Something that I wanted to comment, we are discussing issues about youth and we are at AACOSE now. If someone asks me a question, I will not say that I'm in Tangazo University. I'm in Nairobi. I will say I'm at AACOSE to Nairobi and Tangazo University because I came from Congo. Now my issue is we got a motivation. And you know, once you got a motivation, you can even use that little pump of bicycle, you know, to put pressure in a big tire of maybe tractor because of that motivation. There is a lady who said that sometimes you need someone to push you to success. We are talking about youth, and we have a big number of the youth presenting their ideas, but one of the issue I can see is that when it reaches this time, first of all, we don't have much time to hear about them, and some key actors who can support those ideas, most of the time they are not around. So I wish once we have a chance, maybe next year, to have something like this, to try to make sure that when youth are giving those the ideas, you know, some people to be there inside to understand what they are saying, and how you can support them. This is how we can build a big Africa. But if they are just talking about, they are talking about us, the youth, and we don't have nothing to support them or to mentor them or to lead them, then it should be very, very challenging. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the comments and suggestions. Now, Glory and Dominic, could you please answer the questions?
Okay, thank you, everyone. I want to start with the question of the other brother there regarding to the law protecting RLOs in accessing funds. So basically, refugees face a challenge in access to fundings due to the long process and policies that entails registration of the RLOs and all the other laws that are protecting them. So basically, what is there is RLOs from Kakuma refugee camp actually go through a legal process of registration, and the RLO should go through vetting, application for all the government procedures for it to be legally registered. So basically, after registration, that is when you can have access to funds, because different other funding institutions or donors would want to see the proof of your legal entity. So you cannot be able to access funds if you are not legally registered. But basically what refugees do, we can collaborate and partner with other institutions in order to maybe to access their funds. For instance, Kakuma Social Agri-Ventures is under Jesuit Refugee Services before it was registered. So what is there is that if Kakuma Social Agri-Ventures has pitched their pitch deck to maybe in a forum, and it has gotten that opportunity to be funded. If they cannot be able to, if they are not able or they are not able to account for the funds, or they don't have the accounts, they are not ready yet, the funds will be directed to GRS, whereby GRS will be able to give these funds to the RLO. But for instance, KSAV, Kakuma Social Agri-Ventures, is a legal entity that has been registered by the Social Service Department of Kenya. And another one in regards to the second question about the...
a minute, Dominic. We don't really have time. Maybe Glory can answer the second question.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for the encouragement. I know in my country where I come from, agriculture is usually linked to old women and the like, so it's quite strange to have a youth doing agriculture. So I like the encouragement and encourage your brother as well. So what I'd like to say about the Sharika plans is that unfortunately, and it's really unfortunately that in our context, people would always come, and what I mean by people is the UNHCR, the United Nations, and the government of Kenya would always come with great plan, good sounding plans. You'd hear about Sharika plan, KISEDEP, you'll hear about the promotion of a new refugee act. There is always some good stories going on there. Recently, this month, we have been hearing about changing Kakuma refugee camp to become an integrated settlement. And that means they will improve social amenities and like. So there is always this beautiful speech. But unfortunately for us who live there, most of us don't get access to this information. And even if we get access to the information, we don't see any difference it makes. Like, they will tell you that now we're implementing the KISEDEP, but we still live the same way we've been living. We still see the same problems we've been seeing. So I, Glory, personally, I think I've been talking about this to someone just outside here. I like these plans, and I'm always hopeful that one day they become implemented and they improve people's lives. But when I hear about them, I'm always looking at them with a second thought, because I've heard about them severally, and I've not been really seeing a lot of improvement. And what I would say also is that definitely we are protected by almost all the laws that exist in Kenya. Unfortunately for us, it's really very strict, because, for instance, you just need your ID to go to a bank and register a bank account. For me, if I go with my refugee ID, that's not possible. I will do it with a passport. But if I go with a refugee ID, it won't be in the system. Then I will need a KRA PIN. And for me to access that KRA PIN again with my ID, I just can't get it. So there is always these challenges with documentation. I wouldn't get a work permit, Class M work permit, as easy as I would want to get it. So it's always a little bit challenging. A document that you get in 3 months, you do years to get it. But I see there is a lot of great progress in Kenya, and Kenya being one of the most welcoming countries to refugees, if I can say so, given the number of refugees in the country. I think there is some improvement on the way, and these are great improvements. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, the panelists. And on that note, maybe one last thing is we would urge the policy makers to engage in such discussions and also create systems and policies that are inclusive of all young people. Let's not just look at young people in urban areas or the metropolitan areas. Let us be very inclusive, because we have, like our panelists from Kakuma, they need systems that also favor them to access the same opportunities that we do in order for them to develop and also work towards sustainability. Thank you very much, the panelists. It's been an amazing discussion, and we end it here. Thank you.
Let's appreciate our panel better. Guys, we can do better than that. We can do better than that. Thank you. Please don't leave. I'll invite Alice Mushiri, who will be awarding our panelists for today. Let's appreciate them, even as they'll be awarded here. Yes, we can have, I don't know if anyone who will help with the gifts. Yes, thank you, thank you. First off, we'll have Glory Lukambo. Glory Lukambo. Let's appreciate Mr. Glory. Is that how you'd love to be appreciated? That is a better one. Next, we can have Dominic Amanya. Let's appreciate him. Next, we'll have Emmanuel Lijodi. Let's appreciate Emmanuel. Awesome. And next, we'll have Gloria Wakoli. Let's appreciate Gloria. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And last but not least, we have the moderator, who is Sheena. Let's appreciate Sheena. Thank you, thank you. At this point, we are almost done. Tell your neighbor, we are almost done. Oh, even as we are going next, please kindly, all the moderators, let's come take a photo here. Kindly, kindly, very fast. A photo here. Yes. Very, very fast. So next on stage, I'll invite the Foundation of Hope, who will give a dance. But as they come and set up, we'll have the panelists, please. The youth panelists who have just been here, Gloria, Dominic, Emmanuel, please, we are having a photo very fast here. Thank you. They are all here. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let's have the Foundation of Hope. 4 minutes, and then they'll be done, and then we'll go to the next point. Let's appreciate them better. Let's appreciate them better. Yes. Foundation of Hope. Foundation of Hope dancers. Let's give them a round of applause, a better round of applause. Wow, 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 wow. Let's appreciate them better. Let's appreciate them better. Amazing. Foundation of Hope dancers. You guys are amazing people. Next, for 3 minutes, we will have the senior choir give us a performance. So kindly, 3 minutes, and then we'll go to the next. Let's appreciate them even as they make their way. Thank you. Wow, wow. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Thank you. Because of purposes of time, we will do something later. Can we appreciate them, guys? Have you heard those voices? Have you heard those amazing voices? Now ask your neighbor, can you sing like that? Ask your neighbor, can you sing like that? If they're avoiding eye contact with you, just know you have your answer. So next on, we will go to the next part where we'll be closing. I will invite Brother Jonas, who will invite the Deputy Director, who will be doing the closing remarks. He is our guest of honor. Brother Jonas will help us invite him. Welcome.
Have you had fun? Are you happy with the day? A lot of learning? Great. I think I've been hearing so many good things about the conversation that is happening here. One of the beautiful things about this conference is that we have had people always coming to inspire us at the end of the day. Remember the first day? Who was the person who closed the conference, who inspired us? Dr. Vincent Gutu, with his personal life, right? Second day, who inspired us? Huh? This is Etek. What's the name? Now we are really, sometimes we take things for granted, but we should not take things for granted. To have these people come in, sparing their time to be with us. And especially on this particular day where we have a day run fully by the young people, really. It's, for me, it's quite interesting and inspiring. Okay? So I really want to thank Dr. William Migwe, who was accepted to close this very enriching day for us. Deputy Director, Entrepreneurship and State Department of Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. I think you have come to address the right people that your docket is taken care of. And I think we are really honored to have you. Also, I was telling somebody this afternoon, whatever it is, we have to work with the government. In this whole things we are doing, we need a government. And when we get that support from the government, we need to be grateful. When we get people from the government coming to tell us what they are doing, how they can be of help for us, we need to be grateful. I think with this gratefulness that I want to invite Dr. William to address us. Let's give him a hands of applause.
Thank you. Thank you for this honor to invite me here. Once again, just like you have been told, I'm Dr. William Migwe. I come from the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy, and Sports. Again, I'm very, very happy to come over here to join you to this very, very successful conference. From the from our ministry, we have two State Departments, and I come from the State Department of Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. Just like my friend here have said, I'm actually in a very relevant audience. We also have another State Department for sports. So just like you have been told, I deputize director in charge of entrepreneurship and skills development. Maybe before probably I address, this is a ministry that probably has been in existence for around 17 or so years. And as you're all aware, the population of Kenya, and especially Africa, statistics show they range between 70 to 75 of those young people. And in Kenya, the definition of a young people is any person that 5 years and below. So across Africa, around 70 to 75% of the population constitute the young people. If Kenya today, we are around 50 million, you can imagine over 30 million is young people. So this ministry is here to address the many, many challenges that are affecting the young people. But maybe before I get there, let me take this opportunity to thank the conveners and the facilitators of this conference, the annual African Conference on Social Entrepreneurship. I take this opportunity to also thank this Tangaza University for the good job they are doing to host this conference. And I've been told, I don't know, this is the 7th year this conference has been hosted to empower young people on many areas of social entrepreneurship. So in collaboration, allow me to also say thank you or to acknowledge the Social Enterprise Kenya, Social Enterprise Ghana, Social Enterprise Ethiopia, also 30 Club, Catalyst, and for collaborating with the university to ensure that this conference is a success. I'm also taking this opportunity to thank all the facilitators that did a very good job, and even, like I see the panelists here, try to come up with a dialogue on many issues. I'm excited to be here this evening. I did not know that I'll be a guest of honor. Actually, my PS, Ishmael Mehdi Malim, was the one who was supposed actually to be here, but because of a lot of engagement in office, I was sent here to come and close this conference for the young people. And because young people, they don't like a lot of stories, let me go straight away to the point. Even from the panelists here, a lot of many issues has been addressed. So just like I said, this ministry was created to address so many issues affecting the young people. Like in Kenya here and in many parts of the world, unemployment has become a very, very big issue for the young people. Issues on health, and especially today, issues on mental health, again, is a big issue. Currently, we are facing a lot of environmental whatever that are geared toward making them make them more attractive to those people who can provide employment for them. We as the ministry and as the State Department, what we're encouraging the young people to do is not to be job seekers, but to be job creators. During our days, job today, we want young people to be empowered so that they can also employ themselves. So our State Department has 4 directorates. We have the directorate that are coming for entrepreneurship. We have one for social development. We have another one for policy, research, and mainstreaming. We have another one that is dealing with aspects of innovation and talent development. And all these directorates are geared toward answering the questions, the concern the young people are going through. Like when I was coming over, I saw a lot of exhibitions that are done there. Even in the room here, there's a lot of art that is going on. So to go straight away to what, because it's very important when I'm standing here, to empower or to enlighten the public. What does the government do for the young people out there? So in the Directorate of Social Development, we have a program that we call leadership, mentorship, and mindset. When we were growing up, we were told that we are leaders of tomorrow. But the young people of today, and I think even this conference, they are saying they're the leaders of today. But as much as they're leaders of today, we need those young people who are very much empowered. So we have a program that we train young people on leadership and also on aspect of governance. There's also an aspect of mentorship that also goes through. And more specifically, there's also an aspect of mindset. Because what we need to do is to change the mindset of the young people. Like, for example, there's a big challenge on even the way the young people perceive the government initiative, or even coming to the government office to seek for services, or even the mindset about themselves. And just like maybe I can connect the aspect of mindset and mental health. Young people, some of them feel like they don't like themselves, the world is against them. So here we are coming up with a program to make sure that they have what we call positive attitude, and they take opportunity of all opportunities that are surrounding their environment. Also, in social development, we also deal with the program on health, youth and health. And specifically, we are dealing with a program working very closely with the Ministry of Health on mental health. Of late, the cases of suicide are increased. Young people are jobless, feel frustrated. So again, we also have that program to make sure that young people are encouraged, and those ones maybe in those mental health issues, counseling is also done to them, guidance and counseling program. We also have issues of volunteerism. Currently, the government is also coming up with initiatives of internship, issues of attachment, and volunteership. And we are encouraging young people, maybe you have skills, and probably you are encouraged to get into volunteership, so that when you get to volunteership, you can even gain more experience. Because today, those who want to go for formal jobs, they are not employer will employ you without employment. So again, we also have that program. We also have a program on civic engagement to the young people. Issues of nationalism, loving your country and all that. So again, that is also a program we're having with the young people. Besides that, we also have that one of entrepreneurship, again, empowering young people on entrepreneurial opportunities that surrounds them and what it is that they can do to make sure they take advantage of their environment. So again, here you can also see I talk about social entrepreneurship, because again, when you do entrepreneurship, people can create. There's a lot of opportunity that young people can tap, and also create a lot of employment, even in terms of innovation and all that. And because I don't want to bore you with a lot of speech, government is also has already come up with initiatives like we have the Youth Fund. We have aspect of Women Enterprise Fund. We have Wezo Fund. We have what we call Affirmative Fund. And even currently, again, we have what we call Hustler Fund. All these are geared to finance or to give credit to those young people with probably with the initiative that they want to start a business, but sometimes they're lacking capital. So again, those funds are available. Even with a new direction, all those funds will be merged together so that young people can be able to access those funds. Because I say formal employment today is becoming a challenge. So your government is also provide those opportunities for the young people to get credit. On top of that, in the area, the Directorate of Innovation and Talent Development, we are working very closely with the Kenya National Innovation Authority to make sure, again, those innovations, because it's not the old people who come with innovations, it's the young people who come to innovation, to make sure, again, young people and the innovations are developed and taken to another level. So we also have a department in dealing with the sports. Again, as you're all aware, maybe those who are new in this country, Kenya is very good and is very much known in areas of athletics, and especially long distance. Our flag every time is raising high, high, and high. So as the ministry, we also have a talent academy where young people are taken through a process like 1 year to make sure, again, they perfect in the area of their talents or expertise, so that, again, they become more professional. And again, also, we are encouraging young people, like you saw the talent around here. They can still package their talents and they can earn a lot of money through that. As the ministry, again, we, along all the 290 constituencies, even not all, many of them, we have what we call Youth Empowerment Center. Today, the government is also turning those Youth Empowerment Center as one-stop shop or as an innovation center for the young people. This is what we call digital literacy, or even training on online jobs, because today, again, the world is becoming a global village, that young people can also go there, and also they are more empowered on areas of ICT. Today, again, in those Youth Empowerment Center, aspect of mental health is also being done there in terms of counseling. Groups also meet there, training also take there, because entrepreneurship is more or less on aspect of training. So again, a lot of initiatives are done there. And we're also saying, and again, it's not just the ministry, we're also working very closely with the county government to see, again, we are doing more initiative and more budgeting toward empowering the young people. So a lot more is happening down there. Also today, we have what we call Talanta Hela. There's a bill that is being done to make sure that, again, a lot more is being done. Finally, we have that directorate of policy and aspect of research and an aspect of what we call mainstreaming. Youth issues are cross-cutting. We cannot say, as much as we have the ministry, yes, we have that ministry that is coordinating youth issues, but youth issues are cross-cutting. When you go to agriculture, for example, and somebody, I think in the panel, they talk so much on agriculture. There's a lot of opportunity for the young people. When you go to the Ministry of Trade, again, a lot more is happening. So again, we're also dealing with issues of mainstreaming to make sure in every ministry, in every department, every sector of economy, youth issues are being addressed from the policy level to the budgeting and even to the implementation. And we also thank God for the government, because it has also come up with an initiative. It's called Government AACOSE, Government Access to Government Procurement Opportunity. And 30% is also geared toward the young people so that they can also take those opportunities. So in mainstreaming, we are also ensuring that all departments, all ministry, all sectors are handled. They also have a youth component in their area. We also do what we call policy. Remember, policy is the one that informs which programs. Remember, youth issues is become dynamic. Whatever we were doing 5 years or 10 years ago, because of a youth policy that was done in 2005, and it was realized there's a lot of concern for the young people. And the government was then, had no other option, but rather to form the Ministry of Youth Affairs, to address youth issues. Just like I say, the population cannot do youth work if you don't have data, if you don't have statistics, if you don't have, it keeps informing what are these changes that are coming, which areas should we encourage the young people to get into. So a lot more is being done for the young people. And what I can encourage young people today, now in my aspect of mindset, let's work very closely with the government. The government is ready to work with the young people so that we make sure, again, we move them to another level. And again, also funding, and today, even as I'm speaking to you, there's another very big project that has coming, but is almost being rolled out. It's called Nyota, and it is being rolled in all the 47 counties. Initially, we had what we call CAOP, which was done around 17 counties. But we have Nyota that is coming, and again, it has a lot of opportunity for the young people. And the goodness of Nyota, it is even coming up with what we call labor market something. Eh? You have heard what the president is talking about, looking for job for the young people abroad, isn't it? So that they can also get more opportunities there. But again, Do our young people have all those necessary skills that are required to even get those jobs? So I'm happy, and I don't want to talk so much. With our orientation, we can talk, isn't it? So I'm happy to be here this evening, and I'm also very much excited because one of the organizers, that is Mother here, we went with campus with her, was very much excited. Mpigia makofi. The other day, you had another presenter by the name Inyangala. Again, he was also our college mate. So sometimes it's very, very exciting meeting people that you work together. And I'm happy all of these people are dealing with the youth work. So finally, whatever you're doing, do it best. Like those ones, I saw them acting here. Go on acting and acting. And there's a gentleman I saw here, seated next here. I wish I was working in a media station. Huyo tayari jioni angekuwa kazi. Isn't it? Did you saw a talent or you never saw a talent? Did you like that voice? Where is he? I wish there was somebody from the media. Eh? Or are we together? Yes. We are coming up with a program for talent search. Probably this year, we may have something starting from the counties to national. My friend, jitokeza pale. Maybe next time it'll be another. There's this guy who is in Citizen. Anaitwa nani? You look alike. Anaitwa nani? Trevor nani? Ebu simama wakuone. Is he a brother? Is he a brother of Trevor Umbija? Okay. Thank you very much. And I take this opportunity to officially close this workshop. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, our guest of honor. That's been an amazing, amazing message to us, and we appreciate you taking time to honor our invitation. I'd like to invite Brother Jonas to please gift our guest of honor.
On behalf of Tangaza and all the organizer, we give you this as a gift. Thank you. As to remember this day and passing to give us the closing remark.
Thank you, brother. I would like to invite Miss Susan Mwangi. She is the main reason this day has happened today. She has been the coordinator for the 3-0 Youth Festival. So please give her a warm welcome to come and give her a vote of thanks.
Good evening. Good evening. Are we happy? Are we happy? If you are happy, let's raise our hand up. 3-0. 3-0. So this evening, observing all the protocols, I stand before you to really thank you so much for honoring our call and coming to celebrate with us, especially when we are celebrating our young people, the innovative things that they are doing, whatever contribution they are making. In a special way, I want to extend great gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. William Megui, shared that the young people can plug into are so many, and we are looking forward to get into this, plug into this, and see how we can continue the collaboration. Let's appreciate our chief guest. I also want to acknowledge the presence and the contribution of our partners. We had various partners, exhibitors, sponsors. Their contribution has been great, and we really want to say a word of thank you to all those who made this event a success. We want also to appreciate all our speakers. Since morning, we have had very engaging conversation. I know some of us wanted the conversation even to continue much more longer, and we will see how we can continue having this conversation even after this AACOSE conference. Let's appreciate all our speakers. The AACOSE Secretariat under the leadership Secretariat Coordinator, Mother Mbuvi, our Tangaza University ambassadors. They did us great in ensuring that everything ran well. Let's appreciate them all. Our MC, Washira and Shina, we really appreciate your contribution and engaging with all of us, making this AACOSE Youth Festival very vibrant. Thank you very much. To our dancers, we had quite great engagement. The groups that are represented, I think you have made the whole event to be a great success, engaging us, making us see the essence of bringing young people's spaces, in young people's voices in this space. And whole foundation, senior youth, and all the groups that were represented. Last but not least, we want to appreciate all of us, our participants. And we will appreciate this by asking us, let's measure for ourselves. We've done so much. I want us to measure. Let's measure, 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 measure. Measure, 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 then clap. So thank you very much to all of us for making this day a great success. God bless you, and let's the conversation of collaboration and networking for the 3-0 continue.
Selfie. We are going to selfie with their fans during the concert. Can we please do that selfie one time for the sake of AACOSE Youth Festival? So I'm going to ask you kindly, request you to please come close, and then I don't know where our photographers are, and we can take one big selfie.